Auspicious summer. To the top.
You may also be on top.
I know, but it's okay. Were you sitting on it? Stand. Dear God, today as this session opens, we pray that your presence will be before us and everyone who serves in the decision-making process of our city. We pray for direction, which will lead our city to be strong and unified. May we continue the legacy of our founders. May we be granted this day the wisdom to make decisions which will be for the good of our city. We also pray for your special blessing on all those who are working to transform our city and make it a better place to live and work. Amen. Please remain standing for the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Counsel Samaras.
Here.
Counsel Belanger.
Here.
Counsel Elliott.
Here.
Mayor Kennedy.
Here.
Counsel Leahy.
Here.
Counsel Leary.
Here.
Counsel Mercier.
Here.
Counsel Milanazzo.
Here.
Counsel Rourke.
Here.
That's 9 present.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all. So as we announced at last week's City Council meeting, the presentation we intend to make tonight will be in 4 sections. The first section will be motion responses to the council's motions relative to the Lowell High School project. The second section will be the summary of the expert reports. The third section of the presentation will be the Skanska and Perkins Eastman presentation to relative to the 4 options. And then the final will be questions and answers. I'm sure there's going to be questions during it, but that will be the last one. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to start off with the motions. There are 18 responses, and I'll just go through them one by one. And can you hear that? Okay. So as you can see, the representatives from Perkins and Eastman are here, and all of members of my administration are here that have worked on the motion responses and are ready, willing, and able to answer any questions. The first response is Mayor Kennedy's motion to provide the City Council with clarification relative to 963 CMR 2.21 and the Skanska response to the inquiry relative to reimbursement of past payments relative to the Lowell High School. In a nutshell, basically, the MSBA looks at a renovation project as having a 20-year lifespan. So as far as to the money that has been granted to the city for the 1997 renovation, by the time this project gets going, more than 20 years will have expired, and so therefore there will be no necessity for reimbursement under that project, but there will be a reimbursement necessary for the roof renovation that was made to the 1922 building in 2012. And that cost is, I think, is about $365,000 to $400,000, and that is listed in a summary of costs that has been provided to you in this package.
Mr. Manager, before you go on, there are registered speakers for several of these items, and so what we thought would be the easiest is if we took all the registered speakers at the end once the manager goes through the list. Mr. Manager?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, we can ask questions on the individual motions because I have a question on specifically on the reimbursement process.
Yes, Council. The councilors can ask questions
Sure.
as we go along, but the registered speakers will be at the conclusion once we get through the list. For the people that are standing out in the hall, if you can't find a seat, there are seats in the mayor's reception room, and I believe there's a television in there, so the meeting is. So if you don't want to stand, you can go sit down in there. And I think it looks like there might still be some seats upstairs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So specifically, Mr. Manager, on that latest reimbursement for the roof, what was the percentage and/or ratio of reimbursement from the state specifically for that project?
About 80%.
So it was 80%, which is my concern with these four options before us, how we went from a 79.4, as if I can recall specifically, the reimbursement ratio to where we currently are. Because I think it's significant, and particularly for urban cities, for urban gateway cities, where the incentive is for the state to provide that funding based on the median income, the ability of a community to afford it, that we go from that 80% reimbursement in, was 2012?
Yes.
To this particular item, whether the rules have changed or not, but it feels like we've had the carpet pulled out from underneath us, because any one of these options that are before us are barely a 60% ratio. So we're at 60-40 instead of 80-20, and that, it's very unfair, in my opinion, to communities like Lowell, where you had a Lawrence or a Lynn, that in some cases was a 90-10 reimbursement. So I think it's important for us to go back to MSBA or get an explanation why we're at 60-40 versus a 90-10 or 80-20, because that changed, I think, the scope and the affordability for high school, not only in Lowell, but anywhere else.
The biggest difference is in the reimbursement for the construction cost per square foot. The MSBA only reimburses us $312 per square foot, when the actual construction cost is over $500 per square foot. So that's the biggest delta that you'll find in the reimbursement.
Okay, so how do we narrow that? How do we narrow that 312 to the 500 that we have? I mean, that's the design, that's the cost estimates, and I realize that these are just estimates, but to me it's important that whatever items are in there that are not reimbursable, that we narrow that margin from the 500 is what you're saying?
I mean, that's the
General.
estimate is over $500 a square foot, yeah.
So I think that's significant. I think that's something that we have to look at, and where are those increases and what they're based on, no matter what the option is, to make it reasonable and to make it affordable for this project.
Okay.
Thank you.
We spoke briefly on it too, regarding the motion that we had, and Mr. Leahy and I had on the Gateway City approach. So I know you're still working on that, but ultimately, I remember the delegation was here, we were talking about the Article 97 issues, that ultimately they were going to be looking at, the MSBA, looking at potentially increasing the square footage sometime this summer. But I agree with Councilor Leahy, and I think the entire council agrees that we need to find a way to push that number up. Ultimately, I think as a gateway city, when you're looking at the city of Lawrence, who did a school 5-6 years ago in the middle of the recession, ultimately they had 90-95% reimbursement. So I think that's something we need to be a little more creative with. I know you're working on it per our conversation, but it's something we need to, no matter what option selected, we have to drive the square foot cost up no matter what. Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Okay, if that's the end of questions with that, I'll move on to the second motion response, which is of Mayor Kennedy relative to have the traffic engineer conduct a traffic study about the projected impact on the Belvedere neighborhood if the Colley site was to be chosen, and also to the cost of the infrastructure and traffic improvements necessary if the high school were to move out of downtown. I know we had Perkins Eastman hired an expert, and that expert came here several weeks ago to discuss the traffic study. What I've done is I've had our traffic engineer look at that traffic study, and he has issued this response that summarizes not only the findings of the expert from Perkins and Eastman, but also his thoughts about the impact of traffic and the cost of infrastructure in the Belvedere neighborhood if the Colley site was chosen. And Mr. Bossinetto is here if there are any questions on the traffic analysis.
Council Milanazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually don't have a question, but I just have some comments that I would like to get into the record, because I think obviously this is very important. What Mr. Bossinetto actually looked at was the traffic impacts to the neighborhood, as the manager indicated, the transportation infrastructure and service costs, and then the transportation equity, which I think is an important piece of this whole thing. And just, again, to summarize a few of the findings, Mr. Bossanetto goes on to say, from a transportation perspective, the downtown site would have a minimal traffic impact because the city has already built the transportation infrastructure to support it, and the downtown location allows the majority of students to access it via transit and walking. The Cawley site, on the other hand, would create new traffic impacts to the residential neighborhood, would require construction of new transportation infrastructure, and due to its peripheral location, does not lend itself to equitable access. Again, I think that's an important point to get across. The other thing, it does state that the Cawley site would generate approximately 2,381 trips during the morning peak and 1,652 during the afternoon peak. In more than half the traffic, 52%, would access Cawley from Andover Street. About 33% of the generated traffic would use the Andover Street Clark Road intersection, and about 19% would use the Andover Street Douglas Road intersection to access the site. Traffic volumes on Clark Road and Douglas Road, therefore, during peak hours would increase anywhere from 222% to 542% over existing volumes as shown in Mr. Bossanetto's report. He also talks about the necessary sidewalk improvements. He does put, finally, the necessary sidewalk improvements would necessitate the cutting down of trees and the loss of front lawn space. Goes on to say that since Route 38 is a Mass DOT-owned highway, they will be the ultimate arbitrators of whether a new signalized intersection and/or exclusive left turn lanes, which have been recommended in the Bryant report, would be allowed at the Village Street entrance to the Cawley site. He also provides us with a table of the no build versus build, and the level of service falls from A in some cases to F in a lot of cases. When, again, looking at Clark Road and Douglas Road, as well as Village Street. Again, A and B for the most part. The build for 2022, the build goes down to a failing grade of F. He finalizes it by saying also that because of the increased traffic on Douglas Road and Clark Road, that most likely the traffic would divert onto Hovey Street and travel to Wentworth Avenue and other relief points. The Cawley site currently lacks the transportation infrastructure and services to support the projected high school traffic demands, which is his final comment. And then, Mr. Manager and Mayor Kennedy, as it relates to busing, he gave us a number of $3.2 million a year. Again, those are in, I believe, 2017-18 dollars. The sidewalks would be $1.1 million. The traffic right-of-way acquisition, which has gone back and forth, been debated whether or not it's necessary or not, is estimated to be $2.75 million. And the final point is that the parking demand for both Cawley and the downtown site, which they're anticipating to be about 743 parking spaces required, is met downtown. At the Cawley site, they now projected that it would be 855 parking spaces, and they're actually recommending that we look at ancillary locations to park cars at the Cawley site. Again, I don't know where those ancillary locations would be, but again, just to get this information into the record, I thought it was important to highlight this report from Mr. Bossanetto and to really, again, emphasize the fact that the traffic implications by choosing option 4 they're costly, and they really, in my opinion, would impact the overall project. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council. Council Mercier and then Council Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It did talk about this. This is a sentence that says, in summary, the downtown Lowell High School site would generate no traffic impact since the transportation infrastructure is already built to accommodate it. Well, I'd like to just say that have you ever gone down there when the students are going into school and when they're dismissed? To say that there's no traffic impact is something that I dispute, because there is traffic impact. There's impact wherever people are going into school and coming out. So that statement, even though we have infrastructure already, don't say that there's no impact. There certainly is. As far as sidewalks, we could look at it two ways. The state law says that you have to put sidewalks around the perimeter of the school. It does not say you have to put sidewalks from the school all the way down to everybody's neighborhood. And I'm not saying that I dispute that, but what I'm saying is we have an elementary school and a middle school in the Belvedere section. We have it at the Riley School and at the Sullivan. There's sidewalks around the perimeter of those two schools. Nobody ever, in 22 years that I've been here, ever squawked about sidewalks at that point for their children that are going to those schools. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about Colley Stadium, and people are up in arms about our kids have no sidewalks, and these are kids that are going to be 15, 16, 17, and we're concerned about these, but I never heard any concern about the youngsters that go to the middle and the elementary school. But let me just say this. If by chance we do put sidewalks, boy, people should be excited about that, because now they have a defined sidewalk, and I'm willing to pay the price for them to have sidewalks if that's what they want. And the last thing is, we heard talk about, oh my God, how can you support not taking the building down at 75 Arcan Drive by eminent domain when we're going to raise the Milan Pizza? Well, I see it right in front of me. There's going to be a taking of the little corner of it to make that turn. Nobody's going to raise or take that building down. So let's, I don't mind people, having their choice, whether it be Lowell High School, downtown, or Colley, but please don't spread falsehoods, because that's not true. Nobody's taken that pizza place. I should have went to the store and bought everybody pizza here tonight, but that's what's happening with, and those are my comments as it stands. Thank you. You could add that to the record.
Thank you.
Councilor
Now,
Larry.
first, Nick, thanks for doing this, because I think at least it's a more informative traffic study than what we received earlier. It's a lot more. The first question I had is that the downtown high school, you articulate that there's a cost of $400,000. What is that exactly for?
Mr. Mayor, yes, sir. The $400,000, what I'm saying there is downtown, the intersection of Bridge and French Street has been on our radars for a long time. We actually, last year, we got money to put it into design. So right now, it's being redesigned. We would need $250,000 about to reconstruct the intersection of Bridge and French. If the high school was to stay downtown or move, either way, we still have to rebuild that intersection. But if there's money available if the high school stays downtown, then we could use $400,000. We could build the French and Bridge Street intersection, make improvements to John Street at French, and also Arcand and French. So if there's money to be, available, it would be good to do those improvements.
Oh, thank you. That's very informative. I guess the sidewalks around the high school, when we go through the construction, I guess maybe the layout will give me some more information, but do we factor in any of the sidewalk costs for replication around the high school? Because I'm going to guess that some of that's going to be, I guess, if not damaged, outright destroyed with all the heavy equipment moving around. Is that something you had to take a chance to take a look at, or maybe it's a question for you in terms of the layout? Do we anticipate some of those sidewalks being damaged or not? And I know some of them, they would have to be handicap accessible. I don't think all of them are at this point. Did you take a look at that, or you haven't had a chance to at this point?
The sidewalks around the periphery of the site, that would be part of the site cost. We looked at sidewalks outside of the periphery.
Okay, so there's cost built into that already, I guess, through you, Mayor, to the manager?
Are there costs built into the construction costs for any damages that's done to the downtown site sidewalks?
The sidewalks around the perimeter of
Yep.
the high school downtown are part of the construction cost.
They're in there.
What line item is that? Just because I must have missed it. I didn't.
Which
What
line item
is that in the budget?
The site improvements. Yeah, it's under site improvements.
Okay. So we're estimating a certain number of buses. Have we planned actually how the buses would arrive at the high school? I don't know if that's part of your analysis. Just,
Yes,
could you
sir.
walk me through how the buses would come into the Colley location if we did in fact have school buses?
Yes, sir. So when we did the traffic analysis, we used the site plans that were given to us from Perkins Eastman. We didn't make any changes to the site plan. So whatever they gave us, and the site plan they gave us had the buses, all the buses arriving on, all 46 school buses arriving on Route 38, making a left-hand turn into Village Street, dropping off, coming back down Village Street, and making a right-hand turn out of Village.
And that was approximately, was it 2,000 students roughly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was approximately, I might get this number wrong, about 325 to 350 walkers?
Yes,
That
that was
roughly
an estimated number of how many children would walk to school at the Colley site.
And did they estimate where would they be walking from, or that was the estimated just number?
Right, so if you look at page 7 of my report,
Yeah.
what we did is we drew a 1-mile radius around each of the high school sites. For the Colley site, we drew a 1-mile radius. Since it is on the border with Tewksbury, half the circle is outside of the city. So then some of the circle was on the other side of Route 38. I spoke with John Dakota, who's here. We talked about, and since that it's a dangerous crossing of Route 38, they would bus those kids also. So the only walking area that would be left for Colley would be in the Belvedere neighborhood bounded by Route 38 and 133. So those would be the children that would be walking to the school.
Okay. And now the entranceway going in Village Street, very clearly marked, by the way, thank you. The entranceway for the I guess, other traffic or car traffic, is there an access coming off Clark Road into this high school that's used, or is it diverted back through Village Street? How is that managed?
I think perhaps Perkins Eastman might be the better ones to talk about the site plan.
Okay.
I can flip to it.
Oh. Hi, Ashley Annicelli from Birchwood Design Group. I'm the landscape architect. So there are two options, and there are two schemes for the way the buses enter, and I think you're asking actually which way the vehicles enter
Correct.
into Colley,
So a
correct?
car, student with a car or parent dropping their child off, or?
Sure. So in the 4-story option, we do have the cars entering off of Village Street right here. And in this scheme, they're wrapping around, they're dropping off, and then they're exiting. And the reason we've selected that in this option is that gives us 46 active car queue spaces. But that also gives you all this space here for cars to line up as well, which is an additional 50 spaces and keeps the majority of our cars internal to the site. We do have staff parking located off of Clark Road, which might be what you were referring to in that last statement. And then we are suggesting visitor parking be locating here, which is closest to the main entrance. And then also student parking located back here.
Okay, so the entrance then for passenger vehicles coming in would be through one location or multiple locations?
The entrance to drop-off vehicles is to the primary entrance of the
Village
school.
Street, okay.
Village Street. And then the staff entrance would be towards, off of Clark Road.
And you would manage that, how to verify that? How would you manage staff versus, me coming in with my child, basically?
I think that would just be managed through the school, that there would have to be people there to regulate who's coming in or not. The same way, a parent drop-off's gonna have to be regulated as well.
Okay, so the most of the additional traffic would be staff traffic, and you would want them to come down Clark Road? Is that essentially the way you're presenting it? Because the parking's there. I
Well,
guess
they
it
would
may-
have to come down Clark Road right here at this location,
Okay.
in this scheme.
Okay, so a student vehicle, unless you wanted to go all the way around Market Basket, the plaza, really wouldn't come down Clark Road, or would they?
I think that's based on where they're coming from. In this scheme, we are creating student access is only off of Village Street right here.
Is there any access off of Douglas Road at all?
So we left this driveway open, this curb cut open for now, but we've noted that as restricted access, and I think that would be up to the city and how that would be managed.
Okay.
There's potential that it's not open at all. Maybe it's just open for fire, maybe it's just open on the weekends.
Okay, good. I guess the question is, you could to control it, the school would have to develop a mechanism to control the staff parking then.
Correct.
It could be like a passkey card or something to that effect that,
Yeah, absolutely, because to the same effect, you wouldn't want students parking in the staff lot
okay.
either.
So the way the traffic then, so if you're coming down Douglas Road, if say I'm coming from, I don't know, down Andover Street and I hit Douglas Road, I've got to go all the way down Douglas Road and take a left in order to get into the access for parking if I'm coming from Andover Street. So Andover Street would be the start of Douglas Road. I had to drive all the way down Douglas Road, come to a light, take a left
turn.
on 38, take another left onto Village. Why wouldn't I be able to not take a left on Douglas Road to come into the parking area at that point?
I think that would be best answered probably by our traffic engineer, Beth, if that's,
The reason I say that is, like, I guess the way I thought of it, the way in my mind, and again, I'm not a traffic engineer, there was no way around for some folks coming down Douglas Road. It just wasn't, because if you live on East Trollbrook off of the other side, it makes no sense to go all the way around. It just doesn't. And then I thought of the common sense approach is you have certain parking passes or certain ways of doing, you can code it. So you can't have access if you don't have the code, so you can control it that way. But I guess the question is, if I live on East Troll Lane, using one example, why am I driving all the way down Douglas Road, then taking a left and taking a left? Why wouldn't I be able to go in by the Janus Rink with that location? It's just a thought. I mean, I know this is, Nick, you put a lot of effort into it over the past few, basically a week and a half, so it's kind of hard to do, but I think this is something we can go back to and work hard again. And I think I know there was concern about other streets coming up the road, and as you know, different schools, like the Morey School, which is smaller, the Wilder Street's blocked off for a certain time, you don't come down Wilder. The Daly and the Bailey up in the Highlands, virtually those streets, you don't go down at a certain point in time. Now this is different because you have to use Douglas Road to get to some point. You can't shut down Douglas Road. I mean, if you could, make everybody's life a lot easier, but you can't. So I guess what we need to do is really take a look at that a little bit closer, because I think some cars, it would make sense. It would alleviate a lot of different access. It would alleviate pressure for folks trying to get on 38 by having some access for some folks. So if you live on certain, whatever the numbers may be, you got no numbers, it would make sense for you to be able to take that left into that parking area. And just something for consideration. And I know this is, we've begun to put this as a process. I think you're gonna have to go back at it several different times. And as you walk the neighborhood, or you live in it, you realize where these patterns back up. And if you go up the hill, you go up Hovey, you go up towards Buttman, you go up towards Hollywood, or Wentworth. These are all the cut-throughs, the avenues people cut through to get through there. If you look at a different way of managing it, it might be more palatable. Similar to what they do in the Highlands. Now, it is different because it is bigger, but the same concepts can be put in place, because you have certain traffic that can get through there. And if you can't have access from certain routes, because you're trying to get in there and you can't get the card pass to get through, then you don't do certain things, like Clark Road. If you're a student coming through Clark Road and you can't have a pass to get through it, why for the love of God would you do it? Because you got to come all the way around. But I think it's a good start, Nick. I thought you put a lot of effort into it in a relatively short amount of time, and I think working at it a little more, I think we'll be able, if this is chosen, make it a much more finer product. The cost, I mean, the costs were interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, if this is selected, I don't want to skimp on costs, because you want to do it right. I just want to think about why we're doing it. Maybe we got to do different things. I think the big thing for me was Village Street. When we had the last presentation, that light configuration, I came through it on the way here today. You need a light at Village Street to come in, because that's your main entrance. You want to focus as most people through that. Now, you got another light up at the plaza, another light after that, and one right at Douglas Road. You'd have to reconfigure that and rethink how you do it. You could do something as simple as what Crosspoint does. They have more people at Crosspoint, and they're going to with Kronos, where you have an actual traffic, law enforcement professional controlling the traffic, because you'd never get out of there onto Chelmsford Street going to Chelmsford or the highway. But I think we need to go, I think it's a good start, Nick, and I appreciate your efforts on it, because it does begin to become a real document, but I think we have a lot of work to do with it. And I think there's a lot of opportunity just based on areas like Crosspoint, which has more people than the high school will have, going forward, if this site is actually chosen. But I am impressed. I really thank you, because what I saw last time, I wasn't impressed. That was very unimpressible. It just wasn't a good thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council Belanger, and then Council Samaras, and then Council Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council Leary did cover some of my points, but Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Bozzanetto, who's at the podium. Nick, now, we're not going to have any buses potentially coming up and down Clark and Douglas Road, correct? Village Street will be the entrance and exit for all buses, correct?
That's what we did in our traffic analysis, yes.
Okay. Now, this percentage of the impact the traffic will have on this neighborhood is pretty significant potentially. We're talking anywhere from 200% to over 500%. Explain how you are deriving this sort of percentage? Are you basing it on the student population by the zip code of students that are in the pipeline in Belvedere? Are we going by perhaps maybe residents in Centerville that are crossing the bridge, coming into Belvedere, might take a left down to Andover and not want to deal with 38 and cut through the neighborhoods? How are you deriving that sort of percentage, may I ask?
Yes, sir. So the way we do a traffic studies, first of all, we go out there and we count cars. We count cars, what's going on today. There's about 1,000, so, in the morning, there's about 1,000 cars going down Andover Street to get to 93 out that way. Then we sort of inflate that to the year this high school will be built, 2021. We add like a percentage growth, background growth, and that's what our base is. On top of that, we figure, okay, then we look at the high school and we say, okay, how many trips will be generated by the high school? 500 teachers, 3,500 students, 10% driving, so many trips. And then once we figure out the trips, which is about 2,300 in the morning, we distribute them. We say, okay, people are coming from Centerville, Pawtucketville, how are they going to get there? And exactly like you said, if you're coming from Centerville, you cross the Hunts Fall Bridge, you're taking a left and going straight down Andover. You're not going to go through all the traffic lights and deal with all the traffic. Well, if you got a paper phone. Route 38, you would then take a right on Douglas. So about 700 more cars. So you have 1,000 cars on Andover Street. You put the high school, you're going to have 700 more cars. So you have 1,700 cars.
Right.
300 about are turning right on Andover. The rest are turning right on Clark. So I have those numbers in here. So that's how we figure out the numbers. We distribute them based on where we think they're coming from. So you would have 700 cars turning right on, well, it's about 400 cars turning right on Clark, and then people coming back out and turning right on to go to work. So these are people that probably work out on 993. So the extra 700 trips on Clark Road is one trip going down to the high school to drop somebody off and one trip coming back up. So that's how we count trips.
Okay, I think you're on target for the most part, Nick, but it's still, there's a big gray area there. 222 to 542 is a pretty big gap. What's it going to be closer to? What do you estimate? That's pretty significant.
Yes, so I guess when I'm talking trips, so yeah, in the morning on Douglas Road, we anticipate, right now there's 103 trips coming up and down Douglas Road. If you build the high school, you're going to get 558 trips. Clark Road, you have 288 trips. If you build it, you're going to get 1,054. That's an extra 766 trips on Clark Road. Those numbers, once if you build the high school, what's going to happen is people are going to start, figuring out which shortcut they take. Maybe they'll go down Hovey over to Wentworth. Maybe they take Mansour. So those trips will start, figuring themselves out and where they want to go.
And potentially, we could do some outreach to make Village Street the encouraged entrance and exit I understand the employees will be parking on the Clark Road side, and that would be difficult, but as far as pickup, that would have to be encouraged, because this is a pretty significant number to this neighborhood. So is that something we could potentially work on?
I think
to bring that number down to more palatable levels?
Village Street, you have some issues there, access-wise. So to try to take all the trips, right now they're coming through Douglas, Clark, Route 38, up Douglas. If you try to take all the trips and put them on Village Street, you're going to have problems. I think those. Plus, you got 46 buses, and those. These are 37-foot buses, 46 of them trying to make a left. That's pretty so you're gonna have more and more and more, so perhaps, concentrating all the traffic in one driveway might not be the best idea.
Okay, no, that's a good point, Nick. I think you're doing a great job on this, thank you, and, okay, I'll just have to digest it. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Samaras.
Thank you, Mayor Kennedy. Mr. Bostonello, this is a very good report. I mean, you've taken a lot of technical numbers and you've put it into a readable expression here. One of the questions that I would like to ask you, in the picture you're talking about land taking, when you're looking at Douglas Road, across from Milan's Pizza, it looks like you're taking the parking spaces in front of the building that's at the corner of 38 and Douglas Road. Is that accurate?
So these are just conceptual.
Okay.
This is based if we add a left turn lane on Route 38 to be able to enter. So these are conceptuals. It's at the conceptual stage, it's too early to tell exactly what the impacts are going to be. We need to do surveying. We need to do engineering. This is just to give you an idea of the potential impacts. Until we actually get into the design, we're not able to tell specific impacts.
No, actually, the report's done in such a way where it does force the issue in the sense of allowing us to ask the right questions, if we're going to make any changes. But if you were to, it looks like also in 38, there's a possibility that you'd have to widen 38. So, I mean, Councilor Mercia brought up the issue of, like, there were rumors about Milan's Pizza being taken by eminent domain, those type of things. Is there land that you look at that could be taken by eminent domain to address some of these issues regarding the traffic patterns, especially regarding Douglas Road and 38?
If we add a left turn lane on Route 38, either into Douglas Road or into Village Street, property will need to be taken. If you add that left turn lane, you will need to take property. I cannot at this point tell you exactly the exact impacts until we do surveying, engineering, which we just don't have the funds right now to perform all that work.
I understand that, but no, this is good. I mean, this gives us, it does allow us to ask the right questions. 38, based on your research and based on what you know as a traffic engineer, and knowing what's going to happen with the traffic to ensure that the traffic flow would be mitigated in some fashion. Do you see taking of land, though? Is that a possibility? Do you see that as necessary?
I think a left turn lane will be necessary. 46 buses, if you line them up, that's a quarter mile.
Yeah.
46 buses. So if you don't have a left turn lane, you're going to be clogging up that it's 2 lanes outbound, 2 lanes inbound. If you don't have a turning lane, that left lane is going to be completely clogged. You're going to be forcing, all the other commuter traffic, and the intersections will just not function as they should. So I think a left turn lane, it will be necessary, and if you do that, you will need to acquire property.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Rourke, then Council Elliott, then Council Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nick, just one quick question on the actual report. On page 3, the line states that more than half the traffic, 52%, would access Collier from Andover Street.
Yes, sir.
So then you break it down to 33% would use Andover and Clark, and then 19% would use Andover and Douglas.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay, then on page 4, it says it should be noted that 86% of all traffic will be Douglas and Clark.
Yes, sir.
So what's the difference?
When I say 86%, I meant, so 52% is coming from Andover down Douglas and Clark. The Route 38 traffic, you're also going to have coming up Douglas and Clark. So 86% of all traffic will either be coming down Douglas and Clark or up Douglas and Clark. Only 14%, so you have Route 133 up here, Route 38 down here. Douglas Road, you're going to have traffic coming from both sides in Clark. So 86% of all the high school traffic will be on Douglas or Clark Road. Only 14% of traffic will be using Village Street. And when we did this traffic study, there were 3 there was an access point from Douglas into that parking lot.
Okay. So, Councilor Larry spoke about it earlier, is there any idea of restricting access going into Douglas Road in the morning from 38, or is that just a no, it just can't be done no matter what?
Like I said before, I think not allowing people to get to the high school from Douglas Road, you would be forcing all that traffic on Village Street, making that left-hand turn. And again, it would just, you'd have a line going all the way to Shutt Park,
So even with the light there, you still need to take part of that land, even if there was a traffic light there, and the cars going left?
The problem is the left turn.
Right.
Even if you put a traffic light, again, it's the queue.
Mm-hmm.
It's the queue length of all those people waiting, the buses waiting to make that left-hand turn all lined up. So even if you put a light in there, you'd still get that queue spilling all the way back.
Okay. Was there any comparison done as far as Andover and Route 38 to over in the Highlands when you have Cross Point, you got Lowe's, you have 4 schools, all probably within a quarter of a mile or a half mile. Stevens Street's only 2 lanes, right, going up and down. Was there any comparison given to that site to where it is now?
So the comparison is really not apples to apples. It's Douglas and Clark are collector roads. They're residential collector roads. Stevens is an arterial, Ridge Street's so you have different classes of roadways.
There's still only one traffic light for that whole area, right? That's Stevens and Chelmsford?
Yeah, but the geometrics of it are different. So a residential road is not built to arterial road, just the way we build roads. We build certain roads to be throughways. Other roads, they're very curvy, up and down, sideways. So it's the difference. It's not just the volume of traffic, it's the type of road you're putting that traffic on. And I think that's why Douglas and Clark are not really they're collector roads, residential collector roads, not arterial roads.
Is the peak time for the Collie site, the 1 hour, at the same 1 hour block for downtown as well?
Yes, 7:15 to 8:15 in the morning and 2:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, and I know it wasn't part of the report that you gave here tonight, but, coming up with downtown, you're gonna have, if the high school stays downtown, you're gonna have that, you're gonna have Hamilton Canal, you're gonna have the Lord Overpass.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna have hundreds of people hopefully moving into the downtown.
Yep.
And, according to your report, it says that this is gonna be minimal change altogether.
Right.
Was all that brought into it when you made that statement?
Yeah, so the Lord Overpass is a perfect example. When we're designing the Lord Overpass, we take into account everything that's here. So the high school's already baked in. The Hamilton Canal District's already baked in. So we take all those numbers of existing things plus things that are coming down the line, we put and we're designing the Lord Overpass to handle all that traffic. We've been making traffic improvements to downtown as we go to take care of all this traffic, and it's actually, getting better. I know it's tough, but, we do the improvements we can. And when I say there'll be minimal changes, it just means if you keep the high school downtown, the additional students, again, only 8% of students drive to school downtown. So if you add 200 students, you're only adding 16 cars. That's why there's a minimal additional increase in traffic if you keep it downtown.
Okay, even with, so all those projects going on at the same time, you factored those in?
It's the mode shift. So downtown, only 8% drive. So you could add, 200 students and get just a handful of cars. Whereas in Collie, you can't walk. There's, so it's the different modes. More people will drive if you put it to Collie. That's
right. No, I know you said about minimal extra students will be driving, but you're going to have
right.
a lot of other traffic for other areas of the downtown.
Right.
Okay, so that's why basically what I was asking. You stated about just high school students getting down there, but so all collectively you do see a minimal increase.
Yeah, just a minimal increase. The downtown intersections are actually working better, and it's a continuous. Even if the high school was to leave, I'd still have to fix the downtown intersection. So it's sort of the traffic is getting better. Like if you look at those level of services on page 2, I think you're at level of service C. Most of them are most intersections are level service C or B. Which is actually very good for downtown.
I think traffic downtown has improved, so that's your credit.
Yeah.
So then the last thing I have here is you said the city has already invested over $1 million upgrading traffic signals in the downtown area. Those are the most recent ones you made just a few months ago, as far as Arcane Drive and Merrimack Street and all that area right there.
Yeah, so when we did the two-way conversion downtown, all the signals got upgraded. They all have the robotic video detection system, new controllers. Things are starting to talk to each other. They're getting a lot better. So we've actually, we've over the last 5 years, we've invested over $1 million downtown into traffic infrastructure.
So that was based on, what you saw at the point in time, what you thought you could do to improve the situation?
Right.
Would that be the same approach you would take to, if it went to Cawley, you would wait and see what, the backups would be, what the traffic patterns would be, then you would make adjustments based on what you'd see at a certain point in time?
Well, no, with Cawley, I think that's what the traffic study we did, is we looked at what and the traffic would be very bad if you didn't do something. So we wouldn't want to build it and then see what happens. We know what's going to happen, and we definitely want to do traffic mitigation, and that's why I say, the turning lanes, the sidewalks, the traffic signals, that's what you would need, and then if things are still bad, then you would have to do more.
Yeah, I think the sidewalks are a terrific idea just to have in general. I mean, just for, people that live there, and I know it's a, residential area that, pretty good. So, all right, thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Elliott.
My questions have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Or to the busing.
Councilor Milonazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did see that it says, based on the sidewalk analysis provided in the traffic study, it is estimated that 12,000 feet of sidewalk would need to be constructed, and it would be taken down of, like, lawns. But it said some private property may be needed to acquire. You made it seem like they'd be demolishing buildings, taking down buildings.
No.
Private property, lawns. It's quite common that when you put a sidewalk, you need to take a portion of people's lawns. You either want sidewalks or you don't. If you
Right.
don't want it, then you don't want your lawns taken, or you want sidewalks, you have to, if they did it on my street, that would be the required thing. We do this all the time on the council, where people are putting in sidewalks, and we give them a portion of money for the particular amount of sidewalk we need to take. It's been done in the Highlands, it's been done all over the city, but you made it, to me, seem like you would be taking private property in terms of a building, and that's not true, right?
No, not for the sidewalks. I'm sorry if you got that impression.
Well, that's the impression I was led to believe when Councilor Samaras spoke. I thought he meant we were tearing down buildings to put sidewalks or widening things there, and that's absolutely not true. It's it's lawns. Let me ask you this. We had a presentation some time ago, and that was given in this council chamber. It was very eloquently presented, and that was by a traffic person, director in the school department, and that was John Dakota. And we did talk about that there was a $3.5 million cost for busing. And he came up with an inventive idea, ingenious idea, whereby he had 2 zones created into 5 zones. And I see that he's here this evening. And, sometimes we have to think outside of the box and be creative. This is what it's all about, being creative. Instead of seeing buses going to school here, there, and everywhere with 3 to 5 people on it, maybe we can consolidate and put more children in the bus. So I just want to just briefly recognize John Dakota and have him come. So that when we hysterically say that this is going to be 3.5, maybe it won't be 3.5, because we can think and be more creative and restructure things. Am I talking wrong, or is this something that you have said? Because I don't want to give a falsehood, and maybe some people here didn't hear that.
No, in the presentation that in front of the Finance School Committee, I was asked by the superintendent to put together a presentation about how we could get students to Cawley and also to downtown, if it stayed downtown. Looking at that as well was trying to maybe gravitate more to a neighborhood school setting, and also try to keep the desegregation consent decree intact. So it's quite an ominous task, and took about 1.5 years to complete. We think we've done that. We've created 5 zones. all within the consent decree. We feel as though the 5 zones are now more to a neighborhood setting, and by changing school bell times, we would be able to transport 2,000 Lowell High students to Collie at no additional cost. That would be, you would have to change school bell times, and in fact, what you would be saying to parents in 4 or 5 years when the high school is built or renovated, that your child, you need to plan ahead. In 4 or 5 years, this is where your child is going to go to school, okay? That's what's going to happen. Keep in mind, also, this is also, if we change the school bell times, we would also be able to transport students to the downtown high school as well. So I think we've covered it. The school committee has decided to maybe bring in an expert to take a look at it.
Well, my money's on you. Thank you so much. Thanks for the presentation.
Are you all set, Council?
Yes, thank you.
Council Milonazo.
Thank you. Just to kind of follow up on some of the comments, 46 school buses, which really is a tremendous amount, in my opinion, both morning and afternoon. And we talk about sidewalks, and again, if you look at Douglas Road, we're not talking mansions, we're not talking, houses with large yards, they're probably 7,500 square feet, and we're talking about taking people's front yards. And again, Councilor Mercy, with all due respect, mentioned she's never gotten a call about the Riley School or the Sullivan School. I understand that. The Riley School, K through 4, 550 kids. Sullivan School, 5 through 8, 650 kids. We're talking 3,650 kids at the high school. So again, you can't compare, as Mr. Bostonetto said, you can't compare apples to oranges. You just can't do it. So again, to keep the kids safe, you need to look at the sidewalks. You need to look at the sidewalks. So you are clearly impacting, in my opinion, a neighborhood that, to begin with, the houses are on small lots, and you'd be taking front yards away from probably first-time home buyers or people that have been there an awful long time and have kept up their properties and invested in the city. So I think it is a concern. Secondly, when you talk about the right-of-way, and again, Councilor Mercia said it was a rumor about Milan's. Again, I'm looking at the report, and the right-of-way takes the side of the building. There's 1,129 square feet that's being recommended to take from Milan's. It's $3.85 million for the right-of-way taking in this report, $3.85 million. And that's just an estimate. That's just an estimate. And you're talking about Bill Alexis's property. You're talking about the other property that's owned by Milan's where the gold store is, the Gold Mart store. You're talking the dealership. Again, you're looking at expanding the right-of-way at a cost of $3.85 million. So again, we can say it was a rumor. We can put our heads in the sand and say we're not taking any property for Collie, but it's been recommended to us to do that. So I think that really needs to stay out there because it's fact. It's in this report. The red line runs right through the building, and I think that it's right there. It's gone. Again, that's my comment.
Thank you. Council Leary?
To clarify something, so 52% of the traffic will come from Andover Street down, I guess basically from Andover Street down Douglas. Where is the busing coming from again? I must have misheard. I thought the busing was coming 2,000 students. Where are they coming from? I thought that was down 38. I didn't hear from Andover Street down Douglas. Maybe I completely missed it. So I guess the point is if you're having, and maybe it should, okay, that's probably an interesting thing to think about. If it's coming down 38, 2,000 students out of a 4,000 student school, that's 50% right there, down 38, right? Maybe not?
Yes,
So, I mean, I guess that's the point. I guess when I look at it, I guess where's the 52% then? I guess the busing must be coming down Douglas Road as well. Or not. The other thing I think I thought of too is we need a left-hand turn. I think you're right. You definitely do. I guess the question is, you would probably take, the land you would be taking would be really city land, because that's where the baseball stadium is in the parking lot. Is that incorrect, or is that, I mean, how much space do you need, about 100 feet, 150 feet? And I guess, and that's putting you on the spot, because you did an excellent job, by the way. This is, it adds more, thoughtful information than I had initially. I guess that you do need a left lane to come in. That makes complete sense. They're all going to be lining up down 38, so I guess I got to learn more and probably talk to you offline. How do you get 52% of the traffic coming down Andover Street if the buses are coming down 38? I mean, 38 would be a problem. You might say we got to widen 38 or something, and that might go back to what Councilor Milanauza was saying. But I think the point is, this is not easy to do at the first blush. There's a lot more that needs to go into it. I am impressed with the short term, how much you did. That's pretty impressive. But that kind of confuses me a little bit. That doesn't make, we just got to work at the numbers. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can clarify.
Sure.
So one bus might carry 40 students.
Yep.
But that's just one trip. That's one vehicle trip.
Got it. Yep.
So one bus turning in and then coming back out, that's 2 trips.
Correct.
Now, a car dropping off one student, that's one trip, and then going back out, that's 2 trips.
trips. Yep.
So when I say trips, I mean vehicle trips, not student. So all the buses, all 46 buses would be coming in and out at Village Street.
Yep.
But 46 buses only equals 92 trips.
Yeah.
46 in, 46 out. The rest of the 2,500 trips is all vehicles, like one person per vehicle, and that's where you get the 50% of all the trips
Correct.
are coming from Andover.
So when you're pulling them down Clark Road, then you're pulling how many folks are going to be making trips down Clark Road?
766 trips.
Okay.
Now, some of those trips might be coming down, drop them off, going back up to I-93.
But the students coming down Clark Road, or just the staff?
That's the staff.
Okay, so the staff would be parking their car.
Right.
Okay, sitting for the day, and then taking off in the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it wouldn't be like immediately at that point in time, it'd be at 2 points during the day.
So the staff, we're estimating 500 trips. So 700 of those, and 766 of the trips coming down Clark are one-way trips to staff. So that's 500.
Okay.
266 would be 133 cars, maybe coming down, dropping people off, and then going back out again.
Okay. So the left-hand turn then, how much feet do you think you need to make a left-hand turn onto Village Street with all the buses?
Again, that we need to do a lot more engineering, but again, those buses are 37 feet long.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You'd have to really take a...
yeah, you take 3 buses, that's 120 feet.
Yep.
So, leaving a little bit of room between the bumpers. But, so 3 buses is 120 feet, so you need a lot of space.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for the
Yes, sir.
clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Council Leary. Council Leahy, then Council Elliott.
Thank you. So, Mr. Bossino, so how wide are they, though? You need at least an 11-foot lane, 12-foot lane?
Yes, sir, because the buses have big mirrors.
Right.
And
So
then-
what would you say the width of the road is?
So you would, again, it's a MassDOT, so it's MassDOT highway. They decide, we can't say, hey, listen, build a 9-foot lane. They'll tell us how long, and the lanes per MassDOT standards are 11 foot. So in order to accommodate an 11-foot turn lane and 11-foot travel lanes, I think here, let me see where I have it. Hold on one second. I think it's on page 10. So you would need 5 11-foot lanes, which is 55 feet. You need 2-foot shoulders on each side, so that's another 4 feet, and then 5.5-foot sidewalks. So that comes out to 70-foot cross-section. Right now, the right-of-way is about 58 feet wide, so you need 12 feet of extra room to accommodate the turn lane.
All right. And then, so in the drawings, your best side is the side of the school, basically.
Yes, sir. The reason we picked the north side of the road is because to the south side, there's a lot of utilities and there's a gas station. And we don't want to take the gas station because, it costs money to take a gas station, but there's also a lot of contamination in the ground. You got to deal with tanks. You get yourself into having to remediate a gas station. Also, the Buick dealership, their building's really close to the road, and all the cars that they park, all the trucks they park sort of diagonally, if you take anything from them, they won't be able to display vehicles there, so that's another cost. So the south side is very expensive, very problematic due to the, and plus on the north side, we do own some parcels there, so that decreases the cost a little bit.
Okay, and the only other question that could go to either one is, so the way we have and this is stuff we can all work on, but the way you have the traffic pattern set up is you go in Village Street and you go around the school and back out. And that's the only way in, the only way out for drop-off buses and students.
Well, the traffic study we did, we assumed one entrance from the Douglas, well, we assumed 3 entrances on Douglas, so you could access from Douglas. Because like.
Students only, or for?
That would be student drop-off, student parking, staff would be off of Clark, and then the buses and some students would be off of Village.
Okay, so I'm just trying to look at how that would work if you have people coming in Village and going around, and then the buses going around the stadium and out. How do you safely have the cars come in and drop off and circle around and get out? How does that work?
So there's actually 2 schemes we have here. And again, we're looking at this as sort of like a bird's eye view down. So we deliberately do make different motions in both schemes so that we can examine them. But in this plan, again, this is, we have, I can't even see the screen, but we have our buses coming in around off Village Street. So buses are totally separated.
Over this way, right?
Buses are totally separated from vehicles completely. And then we have cars, excuse me. We have cars coming in off of Village, coming up, using the drop-off, and coming back around here. And then we could also have student parking accessing off of Village and parking in this lot as well.
But you just come down to the bottom of the screen. That's where Rogers Street is. Everybody's
Right.
coming in that way. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
That's Village Street, right?
this is yet to be determined, but this could be as, the buses could be managed, as most appropriate.
All right. It just, I mean, what's the, I'm just wondering, like, so at the Sullivan School, that's my neighborhood. The buses get there and then the cars come in afterwards. But basically, it looks like you have one entrance, and I'm just wondering how long it's gonna take drop-offs, because we've all been involved at different schools throughout our times that, you get there, and then it takes 20 minutes to get around the circle and back out.
Agreed.
How many kids, how many cars? Has anybody thought of that?
Yeah, again, this drop-off,
Any of the,
this active queue accommodates 46 cars according to the traffic analysis we received. In the morning, I think there's about 775 cars active drop-off in the morning, and then that's much less in the afternoon for pickup. It's only 425, but we can review that number in the report. And that is why we've deliberately left this space here, so that we're trying to accommodate as much stacking as possible within the site, within reason.
all right, so the buses come in Village, go down to the front of the school, turn around, come back out the same way.
Correct. The buses come in, they
Well,
stack.
all right, that's the wrong side though, right? What plan are you on?
So we have 2 options. We have the 4-story option, and then we also have a 5-story. So I can understand why you're getting confused. I think you're probably looking at the 5-story scheme.
All right, so look,
But this is also very light, so I can see why you're saying, is that a car or a bus?
all right.
Let me just flip. Okay, so in this scheme, this is our 5-story option. And we've deliberately worked out the circulation to be a little bit different in this plan.
Okay.
In this scheme, you are correct. The buses are coming in, and we stack this entire length. It's a double stack, which allows us to accommodate our 46 buses. And then we have parents. There's 2 ways they could do this. They could come in off of Clark and wrap and out, or they could come in off of Village and wrap and out. Again, we're trying to separate the 2. I think there's advantages and disadvantages to both the 4-story option or this 5-story. I think one of the advantages of the last option you saw is that we don't have this conflict of buses and students, which, I think is a negative to this scheme right here.
I think the 5-story building works better, but for traffic flow, it seems safer.
Well, and again, we're looking up here and,
Yeah.
it's all about feasibility and making sure it can fit. We can refine moving forward.
All right. I mean, I just think that everybody's concern is traffic flow, safety, and, sidewalks right around that area to get the kids who walk. Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you, Council Elliott, and then Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Bastinetto, it was a number of years ago, maybe actually the engineer knows, when was Route 38 realigned by the state? Was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago? Right, well, it was realigned because it was widened, because probably before you came here, it was a two-lane road. But, Ms. Bas, what is the capacity of Route 38 right now to handle cars
The
from the state?
capacity. Okay, well, I can tell you that right now it has,
I know what the counts are now, but what is the capacity?
what is the capacity?
We don't know.
I-
Okay. That's fine.
know what you
I just think that it was widened, it was realigned, traffic signals were put in a number of years ago, and for a reason, because the corridor couldn't handle the existing traffic. So it seems that perhaps there might be a need for improvement, but there is a roadway that is capable of handling additional traffic. My second question is, why, did you not factor any vehicles coming in off I-95? Because people will find a way to get there, particularly from South Lowell or from the Highlands. They'll just hop on the highway and they'll get off at that intersection, which clearly has plenty of lanes to handle that traffic. So you didn't factor in those vehicles.
No, there was, so traffic generation, hold on, let me look at 495 here. I think I brought it. It's the one across from the Clark Relocation Road. Yeah, I'm not sure if I brought, oh, here we go. Well, that's the on-ramp. Yeah, so we had some vehicles coming from 495 and then going back out 495. So,
Okay.
yeah, no, that facility does get used.
So I do appreciate the work they did, but you have to build in assumptions, because we don't have any actual traffic counts. We don't know how many students typically will be riding in a vehicle, 2 or 3. So I do appreciate, and I do think, similar to the Voc, there is one main entrance. I know, I live in that neighborhood. There's one entrance, and I don't know what the percentage of cars is, but most of the cars, most of the buses, I understand it's a 2,000 or 2,100 student school, but it's manageable. I mean, they come down Barnum Avenue, right in the middle of the Pawtuckaville neighborhood, and for a very short duration, there is traffic congestion. But I also wanted to touch a little bit on, we talk about eminent domain takings of Milan Pizza and others for traffic issues, which is good. I agree, whether it's a pizza place or the pharmacy or medical building. We're concerned about that, but we're not concerned about a doctor's office downtown that has many jobs, that has, viable income. We don't care about eminent domain downtown, but we care about eminent domain on Route 38, and I think we just have to be consistent and not hypocritical. So if we're going to be worried about eminent domain for taking land for a roadway, let's be concerned about jobs and viable businesses downtown. And lastly, on the student busing, I guess if you don't get the results you want from the busing study, then you're going to go somewhere else to get it. But I think John Dakota did a very good job, and I can remember talking about busing and going to neighborhood schools, 2 years ago. And if you look at this report, it's all the more reason for us to be going to busing. We have kids crisscrossing this entire city, where we have a fully diversified school. And in some cases where you have the Bailey, 80% of the kids live in that zip code, and they should. That's a neighborhood school. Then you go to the Rogers, where you have 70% of the kids being bused. I would say between 35 and 40% of the kids between K through 8 are being bused throughout the school. There are there's 10,335 students K through 8 students, let's say a third of them are being bused, crisscrossing the city. I think it makes sense to include busing for the Lowell High School students and combine that with change to neighborhood schools and stop crisscrossing these kids. And there is your cost savings. We should be saving that money anyway. We're transporting kids all across the school. And I think it's a good report, John. I agree. I think it makes sense in the long run to save costs because these costs were escalating a number of years ago. And the school committee should be proceeding with this plan regardless. So those are my issues. Until later, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council. Council Samaras, and then Council Milazzo.
Thank you. Is John Dakota available? Yes.
I believe he left the building.
Okay. My question, Mr. Manager, the only question I had is, I understand. I mean, if you hire 37 buses, you can start the high school anytime you want. If you go into the tiered system, as Mr. Dakota stated, it would change times. I'm just looking for, if you use the extreme, in other words, hiring of no buses, what would be the starting time of the high school? What would be the earliest starting time of the high school and the latest starting time of a middle school or elementary school? I just want to know the range. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Council Milazzo.
Thank you. To Councilor Elliott's comment, I'm actually being very consistent as it relates to eminent domain, because again, the people that have come out on this council saying there's no way I'm going to vote for eminent domain downtown are basically saying there's no eminent domain in Cawley. So I am being quite consistent, Councilor Elliott. And again, if I was to make a prediction here relative to the vote, if it is on Tuesday night, I predict that our fiscal watchdog is going to vote no on this project. After we've gone all of this, spent all this money, I think he's going to say no. So that's my point going back to, because he's telling me I'm being inconsistent. That's just absolutely wrong. That's absolutely wrong. You can't stick your head in the sand and say there's no eminent domain over at Cawley, because there is. And as you know, I support option 3, and I'm going to continue to support option 3. But I predict he's going to vote not to proceed.
You know what?
Let me just point out, we're on B. We got to get to W. It's 7:45. So we can't spend all of our time on transportation, and we can't get into a... Are there any more questions regarding B?
Yeah, I'd like to respond, Mr. Mayor. You know, Councilman Oswald can make this personal. He seems to have a habit of doing that with people that disagree and call him out. And that's fine. That's why we're here. But, you know, to take your pot shots, if you can predict what I'm going to do, then please give me some lottery numbers.
Nobody's taking pot shots. Let's just take it down a notch and try to get through
What
this.
would you
We
call
have
that, a
long
compliment?
agenda.
Would you call it a compliment? Please.
Council Leary.
Just in a follow-up, Nick, I guess the 495 part, did we take a look at how many cars? So I live in the Highlands. I would naturally gravitate to 495. Yep. Did we take a look to see how many cars would come from, I guess, the Highlands on 495 and around? Or is that something we need to do further analysis on? Because that's, you know, I guess if I were to do it, I wouldn't come through the whole city. It wouldn't make sense to me. I would take 495. Maybe not, but...
Yes, so 495 was in the analysis. There were some cars coming that way. I'll get you the specific numbers.
You know what I want to say? First, you did a good job. I mean, I think that has to be recognized in a tight amount of time in an area that, quite frankly, the traffic is. If you decide to vote for 4 or whatever 5-story option, this is important because that's significant. Right. And I think the work that you've begun to do, and I think it's a beginning, not an end to it, I think it's very good, and I'm very happy that, Mr. Manager, you had him do this, because what we had before wasn't good. But I think we need to take a look at the volume coming out of that area potentially and making some assumptions, whether they're going to be estimates. But that's got to be factored into it, because that might have an issue in terms of what we're looking at. But again, I think this report at least is a good start on it. It's a lot better information than we started with, and I'm thankful for the effort that was put into it. Because I know that you put this effort in pretty much in a week and a half, so it's not easy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on B, transportation?
Move this section.
Okay. Next is, if there's no further discussion, then C is busing costs. Maybe we already did that. Are there any questions regarding busing costs, Mr. Manager?
So that is the response to Councilor Leary relative to busing, and I believe we already did that, unless there are more questions. The next motion is relative to the Article 97 update. Elliot Veluso is working on this issue. If I could summarize it, is that we've met with EEOA. They have approved our field replication plan. What they have asked us to do is to draft language to include that replication plan in the proposed legislation. We've sent that language to EEOA. I am informed today they just have some minor technical changes that they want to send to us. I've asked Mr. Veluso to be on the alert for those minor technical changes, but we don't anticipate any holdup with the language. Any questions? Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager. Can you tell us what's happening at the reservoir? There's about 15 acres that is included in this list of locations, which total a little over 22 acres. I know that some fields have been removed, that we may not have to get to that number, but what's actually happening at the reservoir?
That's being used to satisfy our open space requirements under the replication plan. And interestingly enough, EEOA in our meetings have encouraged us to apply for park grants to like set up trails for walking trails for people
Up on
to
the
walk
reservoir,
in the
okay.
area. But there's no fields going to be
Okay.
there. It's going to be, we're using that to satisfy our open space requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Anything else on Councilor Belanger?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see, Mr. Manager, great job working with EOEEA on proceeding with Article 97 moving forward. And with that being said, I'd also like to commend the state delegation from Lowell who pushed this forward at our request. And I think they did a great job. There was a big panic not too long ago, like Article 97 was going to be some sort of nail in the casket for this option, and it has not turned out that way, okay? It is a process that has to be gone through, and I think, Mr. Manager, you and your administration did a great job, and I also commend the delegation. I think they did a great job as well pushing this forward. Now, and what bears mentioning is that the field replication is, in essence, and Mr. Mayor, through you to the manager, in essence, is a net gain potentially of green space of about 8-9 acres. Correct, because we are replacing all the fields at Cawley, but we're keeping the lacrosse fields. So in essence, those are staying, and we're still making up for all of that throughout the city potentially. Could you elaborate further on that, Mr. Manager?
That's correct, Councilor. Plus the fact is we are also going to put in synthetic turf at Cavallo Field, which is the soccer field. next to
Synthetic
the
turf,
alumni,
that's excellent. Okay.
So that field can be used much more than it's used right now.
Okay. Like I said, I don't know where this is going to end up, but the Article 97 did go forward, and that's not without the help of the delegation and your administration, Mr. Manager. So I commend all of the mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion on Article 97, item D?
The next motion.
Manager.
Yes, thank you. The next motion is from Mayor Kennedy relative to the anticipated cost due to infrastructure and traffic improvement necessary if the high school were to move out of downtown. And I believe Mr. Bossinetto addressed those. That was the traffic light improvements and the sidewalks.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Manager. Just a quick question. So what does the right-of-way, what does that entail?
Right now, the sidewalks and the traffic improvements are outside the scope of the feasibility study. So in order to find out what land we would have to take to put in sidewalks or to widen streets, we'd have to do surveys and would have to do engineering studies. And quite honestly, we don't have the money to perform that right now, but that would be part of the study if that site was chosen. So right-of-ways is like the sidewalks going up the streets and the turning
That are
lanes.
there now?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Councilor Milonazo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the dollar amount, the $1,056,200, is just to install the sidewalks. The right-of-way, we haven't gotten a figure on that yet. And again, that would be done after engineering was done. And there would most likely, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, there would probably have to be a right-of-way taking in order to accommodate the sidewalks along Douglas Road and along Clark Road.
This is based upon the current rates we've had in our contracts to install sidewalks multiplied by the linear feet of
Correct,
sidewalks that we had.
Right, okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Manager?
Leave. Okay, the next motion is Councilor Elliott relative to any potential preservation, conservation restrictions relative to the downtown option. And I'll ask Mr. Slagle to come up. As you can see that since there were canals in the downtown site, obviously we're going to have to go to the Conservation Commission. The fact that the high school is in a historic district, we will have to go to the Historic Board and also to the National Park Service to present plans that we wish to do with the downtown site. Are you going to speak? Does anybody have any questions regarding this? Councilor Elliott.
In regards to one of the proposals has an additional tunnel going over, there's 2 tunnels. Does that have any impact on Article 97? Because rights,
No.
conservation or restriction rights, as we have learned, are vertical.
As long as we use the same airspace. As long as we use the same airspace is what we're planning to do, we won't have any issues with Article 97.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Leahy.
Would you mind clarifying that, though? We're gonna double up the,
Yes.
so we're basically gonna use the as-is and then another one? So
Yeah.
that's why we don't get into the
Yes.
Article 97?
Yes, because we already have the right to that airspace, so we'll just use that same airspace. Yeah, so we're not taking any of the buildings down, so it's still aligned perfectly for that.
All right, because I thought in the plans they moved, but they don't move. They're gonna stay in the same location for the most part?
Actually, at the very early stage we're at, we were suggesting, and it's still diagrammatic, that there may be a benefit to moving one. If that's not allowed, we certainly don't
Okay.
need to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Manager?
The next motion is Councilor Samaras and Councilor Leary requesting the city manager have the DPD provide a report regarding the economic potential for the Lowell High School site in the event that the school was to be moved. Mr. Coughlin is here to address any questions that the councilors may have relative to this. Kevin, if you could just step up to the podium, please.
Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that this is an excellent report, Mr. Coughlin, as well as Diane Trad. 2 city councilors asked what would happen if in the event that Lowell High School site was moved and then we had this land available. And people are creative. They're actually thinking outside the box. I'm going to tell you, because I don't think the public heard this or have a report like this, create a mixed-use residential retail project along Lucy Lockham Park that would include over 100 luxury resident units on the upper floors with restaurants, retail shops, and theaters on the ground floor to create a destination for people to gather. I believe this. I believe this can happen. Do not build offices and do not build apartments. Build units that people can own and have disposable income, like the people that were moved out of Perkins Park. These are the people that should be supporting the businesses downtown, not kids that get free lunch in school and you think they get disposable income to be using to go into the downtown businesses. That, to me, is ludicrous. But be that as it may, I believe this is great. It says, open up Moody Street again and move the fire or police station out of the downtown, build some parking at the JFK Plaza. How about creating a little green space for the downtown? People forget that this is a neighborhood. The downtown is a neighborhood. Show me where the people downtown can go and sit under a tree in the open air. This is creating, and I wish people wouldn't talk behind me because you're trying to distract me, and that isn't right either. But so let me just continue my thoughts and say that this is thinking outside of the box. This is creating economic development in the downtown. This is developing market rate mixed use development, and this report is and it goes on and on. I don't have all day to take everybody's time, but these are good things that could happen in the downtown, so thank you very much for this report.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there any further discussion on this item? Councilor Samaras.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Coughlin and Diane Trad for this report. Mr. Coughlin, this is a good outline of what the potentials are, and that's basically what I wanted addressed. But since this has been a much talked about issue, has any developers, we'll say, or the university talked about this at any point, or is this just a planning stage at this point?
This is, conjecture until there's a set plan. It's hard to be more specific about the exact type of development. However, for this report, we did reach out to 5 developers, and all of these independently came back with these ideas. And I think the one thing that was consistent is that they're thinking of the downtown as, a piece of all of the projects that are going on, Acre, Hamilton Canal and all. And I think the main theme was that they stressed that we need to think, as a whole city and not just one specific area.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further? Councilor Leary.
First, I want to thank you for the report. When we put the motion on, it obviously meets the fact that if you do move out of the downtown, that's significant. You just can't look at, building a school, because you are going to have a different change. And I could get into it, but I think at this point, it is a good outline of what the possibilities are. But that's all it is at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Manager?
Yes, I'd just like to point out that all of these reports are available to be viewed on the City of Lowell website. If you just go into Agenda and Minutes, you can get all of these reports. Or if you go on the special Lowell High School website, all the reports are available there to review in detail. The next motion is a motion of Councilor Belanger relative to the asbestos remediation. This was a follow-up request after the initial report by our expert. I think the confusion that may have resulted is that if the methodology that the expert used was to take the worst-case scenario of taking down the 1922 building, and that's why the cost was up over $1 million. But since the building will not be taken down under any of these options, the cost is more around $825,000 for asbestos removal.
Okay.
Did I state that correctly, Sarah?
Yes, I believe you did.
Okay, well, what I'd like, Mr. Manager, the problem is this number is a big unknown to a lot of people, okay? A few weeks ago, when I was hit with this number, I was floored, and I'm still floored, that it's a building constructed in 1922, is only going to be about $1 million to remediate, okay? This we have to get right, okay? Because this is what cost overruns what we can get into and make this project disastrous. So I want as close as we can get to some answers here to what is in that building, because later in the report it sort of alludes to that. That's about the closest we can get until the site is chosen. Then we further probe into the situation further. Okay, that's not good enough. Then again, you'll get into overruns and make this project a lot more than it is if that's the chosen site. So maybe with that being said, and there was some clarification that the renovation in 1997 to the tune of about $40 million, that a lot of this was remediated, and that was surprising to me, because everybody seems to think that investment was a complete waste of money. But it turns out that a lot of the improvements were not aesthetically able to be visible. I mean, it's wiring, asbestos remediation. It's not something that is visible. So we got to get this right, Mr. Manager. It's very, very concerning to me, and a lot of people, I hear it very frequently from constituents that this is going to be an expensive overrun, okay? And this is what we need to know. So please, if we can get some clarification there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the manager. The report, the only thing it gives me just to think about is the last line, Mr. Manager. The design process will identify the exact limits of renovation so that more accurate quantities and costs for materials removal can be determined. So is that based on the limits of renovation of what we're doing in certain buildings, that we only, half renovating, full renovation? What
That's exactly correct. It's based on what the final design plans are for the building and what renovations will take place. Then you can further refine the amount of material that's going to be removed as part of the remediation and further estimate those costs.
Okay, so my understanding, I thought, maybe the OPM can help out. So we're not doing a full renovation of the old buildings?
A lot of those details will have to come out as part of the design process, but the numbers that I provided are based on a full renovation of the interior of the building with some exterior items, including roofing and door replacement, so.
Okay, so, I guess deciding on a $350 million project, shouldn't we know how deep into the renovation we're going? I know it's not your answer, but.
No problem.
Just, I know the different options have different levels of renovation, or are they all the same?
Through the mayor to the city council.
Go ahead.
Yes, we are planning on doing extensive renovation inside the building for those options downtown. So when we open up walls, we're expecting that we're going to find things that we haven't yet discovered, but there's costs included for that. So we feel comfortable with the numbers that our consultant has provided and the city has worked with.
So you think that $25,000 takes care of all those costs that you don't have now, that you don't think you have now? It says $25,000 contingency for any materials or ACM that is not yet discovered. I mean, in the process, in looking at the report, 1.125 million, 25,000 is a very small percentage of that, right?
Good evening, everyone. We have done extensive testing, and I just want to add that a lot of the asbestos-containing materials were previously removed, okay? So that's why the low cost in the older building is at 1 million. The majority of the asbestos found was really floor tile, but all the insulation were totally removed. Plus, we take at the age of the building, based on 30 years of experience, and we determine a cost or percentage per building of what additional material that might be found. Plus, we did a lot of destructive testing. We spent almost 6 to 8 days. We hired a contractor. We did a lot of holes in the walls, in the ceilings. We didn't see anything. We are expecting to find really mostly will be pipe insulation, plumbing in the wet chases between the bathrooms where, all the piping still exist. So we carried a number plus what was previously indicated. We assumed the worst case scenario, if the entire building will be totally demolished. So we assume that we're going to find asbestos underground in the sewer pipes. We find asbestos on coating, damp-proofing, other material. We know that one building is going to be renovated. So we know that we're not going to really touching that material. So but we assume, again, the worst-case scenario. And I think the number we carried per building for contingency, based, again, on many, many buildings I have worked on, I think it's sufficient.
So to Council Belanger's comment, so you're comfortable with that last sentence of the design process, we'll identify the exact limits of the renovation so you know what you have. So 25,000 takes care of that? And,
Again, that 25,000, that's only for one building. We got a contingency per building. So there's more than 25,000 per building, we assume. Plus, we say, if you see over there, hidden asbestos, hazardous material. So if you add all those numbers, based on Lowell High School, I think probably close to almost $250,000, that's of unforeseen. But again, after we did the report, we did a lot of destructive testing. We didn't see anything that we have not previously found.
Is it $1 million also per building?
No, I mean, the $1 million was for, each building has different cost. Go ahead.
Just for clarification, the motion was specific to the 1922 building, so the numbers that you're seeing in that response are specific to that building alone. There are additional costs worked into Amar's report for the other buildings.
Thank you.
Well said, Council. Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott.
So the 1.125 just for the 22 building.
That's correct, yep.
What are the costs for the other buildings?
One second.
And again, the bottom line is the concern, the qualifier, and I understand that for hazardous material abatement will require further evaluation as the design process moves forward. And that process will identify the exact limits of the renovation so that more accurate quantities. So this again is just an estimate for the 22 building.
Correct. That's just an estimate, and that statement is actually true for all of the buildings involved. But for the Lord building and the field house, they were actually evaluated together as part of a MARS report. So that total cost is $2.4 million. $2.4 million
How many
approximately.
samples were taken there? 'Cause it's-
Samples were taken there, yep.
I don't, how many samples were taken in? for bo-
The Lord building,
Lower building?
yep.
$60 samples.
64? 60, okay. So at a minimum, we're looking at 3.5 million.
Correct. Yes, if you're just looking at those two buildings, yes. And if you're including full demolition for all of those buildings.
Okay.
Yep.
And what other sample, what about the freshman academy?
The freshman academy was sampled as well. There were approximately 66 samples that were collected in that building.
Okay,
Yep. And that was $460,000.
460?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
You all set, Council?
Thank you, Mr.
Council Elliott? Council Belanger?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just wrap it up. So I am pleasantly surprised to see this number as confirmed from the amount of destructive testing that has been done by Skanska as a precautionary measure, if you will, because again, this is a number that could inflate horribly and bring some serious cost overrun. So I am at peace with it. That's the cost. It looks like 1997, more was done than we all anticipated. And that's good news. So that's some relief there for me, and I'm very much at peace with the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Councilor Leahy?
Thank you. So these numbers, we feel are pretty close on all the buildings, right? For the asbestos?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Okay. So if this site were chosen and we do the work downtown, so we don't have any big surprises like we did in the last renovation, what are the safeguards for the city? Are we just out of luck if something major is discovered? Does it fall under anybody's insurance? I mean, once your bid is your bid in, or, I know it's a gray area, but this is where, everybody feels like there's an open checkbook and you can just do whatever you want. So how does this work?
We will have documents that the contractor will bid, along with specifications, which would represent our best understanding of what the content is. And we will also have construction contingency in the event that you do open up something and the contractor finds something that was undetected, which is beyond the quantity that we anticipate. We can't expect a contractor to put a price in for something that we haven't represented. So we're going to represent as much as we possibly can that makes the most sense for this project. And then we'll have sufficient construction contingency to be able to account for things that are unexpected.
And who makes sure that the lowest bidder does his homework and does look at the specs? How do you know that?
We have a lot of experience working with public construction. We work closely with our owner's project manager, Skanska. We're considering this project to be delivered through a CM at risk delivery, which is Chapter 149A versus Chapter 149. And there's vetting processes that contractors who participate in the bidding have to meet. So we feel confident that the project will be delivered in a professional manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Mr. Manager?
I think this is the first time that Sarah Brown has addressed the City Council. Sarah is our environmental officer at the Division of Planning and Development. She does a terrific job, and thank you very much for your work on this.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. The next report is Mayor Kennedy requests the city manager to report to the City Council. I'm sorry, this is relative to the wastewater utility and the street flooding in the Douglas Road area. And basically, what has done, and Mr. Young is here, you can tell us is that what you have done is you've put a monitoring device on Wynwood Road, is that correct?
Yes, we put a level sensor in the sewer. That'll tell us the level of the sewer when it rains, and then we can correlate that with the amount of rain and determine if there's indeed a significant overflow problem that the city will need to address.
Council Belanger, then Council Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Mark Young for his report on this and for addressing the situation there. Because this neighborhood's got some drainage issues. There's no two ways about it. And they more or less have surfaced as of late with the spotlight being on the neighborhood as a potential location for the high school. During the neighborhood walks, Councilor Samaras and I knocked on doors to see concerns of those in the area who would be directly impacted with this project. It does not mean we don't want to hear the opinion of all residents throughout the city, but residents on Douglas and the side streets obviously would be directly impacted if the high school goes there. So from knocking on doors and going back a few weeks ago, we had a resident speaking in front of the council from Alcott and Wynwood, explaining of serious drainage issues she has there. So there's one thing that has come up in every household near Douglas Road. They all have drainage issues, whether it's water in the basement, that includes the side streets as well. Douglas Road has flooding issues and heavy rain where vehicles are said to bottom out. So this neighborhood is in relief of some upgrades, if you will. So, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mark Young, it's great to see that you've got a level sensor in there to monitor the situation, to see if any upgrades need to be taken. So where are we with that process? And more importantly, how is this going to be impacted, exacerbated, I should say, if the high school is to be relocated here to this neighborhood? Would we need drainage upgrades to give this neighborhood some relief? That's to you, Mr. Young.
Well, I can address the storage issue. I know the city engineer, Lisa DeMayo, had given a report on the drainage. The storage issue is obviously a wet weather issue. This is a big storage area. It's a large, over 700 acres in this area. Only the time we have the flooding counts is when during heavy rain. But these are a number of large lines, from a 38 to a 42 to a 46 to a 60. The impact of the high school is really going to be minimal on any flooding. It's not a lot of developable area. Even it would be equivalent to a few homes on the area. It's not a lot of impact on the present situation. If the level monitor indicates that there's flooding and we can confirm that we need to address that, that's what we'll do. What we'll need to do is determine how we want to address this. There are a number of ways that we could do this. Also, we want to consider what would be the best for this, not only the neighborhood, but for the area of how we want to address it.
Okay, well, how long is that process going to take, Mr. Young, before you can report back to this council and to the neighborhood as to the issues?
Well, one of the things, Council, we're going to have to give it some time to have some rainstorms that'll develop in the area so that we can have some usable data to interpret.
Did we have enough rain already?
Yeah, it sounds like we got input here tonight. Well, there's issues here, Mr. Young, so, okay, and you're working on it, so to the residents,
yes.
We are working on the situation, we know it's that there's an issue, and either way, this should be corrected, Mr. Young. Okay, either way.
Yes.
Right. Okay, we look forward to your future reports on this, because this neighborhood needs relief, and we need to get this done. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Council. Council Leary, then Council Samaras.
Just first, I want to thank, this is my motion I made at the bequest of Lynn Daly, and walking literally through people's backyards and through the wetlands back there. So I think, Lynn, you did an excellent job with it, and I know following up with her in terms of getting this addressed, and thank you, Mr. Young, for positioning it. This is something that needs to be addressed regardless of the high school. It's just it's an interesting offshoot. The Douglas Road, I know the engineers here too, Lisa DeMayo. I guess the question is the drainage issues on Douglas Road we need to have addressed as well. Now, I'm not an expert, but we were talking about the road, Stephen Street versus Douglas Road, have you. The road right now has water issues. And I guess the question really is, do we need to be regrading that road regardless of the high school? And I guess that's something that I think I'd like to get a report on and see exactly what the cost is for that, because I think we need to do that regardless where this high school goes at the end of the day. So I don't know if,
I went out there myself.
yeah, I know, you,
Viewed it right
yeah.
after a rainstorm, and yes, it needs to be done, no matter where the high school is located, and it has to do with paving of the street, and we're going to follow up on that.
It includes regrading it and what have you. So that'll be expensive, but at the end of the day, that road, regardless of the high school, is important. And I think if it weren't for the high school being an issue, it probably would have been, not neglected, but it would have been looked at several years, decades down the road. So at the end of the day, whether the high school goes downtown or goes to Collie, the two issues that folks have had issues with will be addressed. And I think, Mr. Manager, when I called you to go out there, you immediately were out there taking pictures, and you know the area, you've walked the area. So I think that's at least, people might not be happy if it goes to Collie, but at least they'll know we're going to take care of those issues. And if it goes downtown, we're going to take care of those issues. Thank you.
I apologize, this is your motion, my subject, I read the wrong subject.
It's really Lynn Daly's, man, walking around with her around the neighborhood and literally in people's backyards. I know every scope of.
I read the wrong subject.
That's okay.
It is yours.
Thank you, Council Samaras.
Thank you, Mayor Kennedy. Actually, everything has been stated that I wanted to speak on. Council Belanger is correct. Well, the thing is, when we were talking to a lot of people talked about, they were concerned about the high school exacerbating the situation, but they were talking about a situation that they've been living with for many, many years. And it looks like it takes a situation like this to correct something that should have been corrected a long time ago. So, Mr. Manager, I think the issue here on this matter is not whether the high school is going to be built out there. What are we going to do to help these people live in a situation that it's just unacceptable? Mr. Young, I understand when you talk about you want to see more issues to understand the process a little better. But the thing is, I think there's enough information out there, don't you, to at least warrant, a true investigation as to what's going to go on. Let me put it this way. What could be done? What do you think could be done to...
There are a couple of options where you could do source separation or a storage project. I would advocate for a storage project. It would be less upsets in the neighborhood, and would be cheaper, less expensive option. That's the one thing that we would look at depending on how bad the situation is.
Yeah, I mean, because I think you understand the problem.
Yeah.
The people in Pawtuckaville had the flooding situation, but here, their situation is, in a sense, no less. When a major rainstorm comes in, their concern is that they're downstairs, their basement is going to be covered, their heating system is going to be, So these are issues that, as a city, we have to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Milonazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you talking, Mr. Young, is putting together a stormwater management plan for this area? You talk about separation of the water and drainage and sewer.
It could be a separation or a storage project.
Or a storage project, okay. 'Cause again, I just want to say, again, I grew up in this neighborhood, and I've seen human waste, I've seen toilet paper after rainstorms. Douglas Road cannot hold pavement because of the water issues along Douglas Road. You talk about a large water storage facility. When I was growing up in the neighborhood, we used to ice skate from Clark Road at the corner of Clark Road and Village Street over to Andover Street where the Lowell Assembly of God Church is. So again, it's very wet because you could ice skate that entire distance. So again, with all due respect, talking about putting a building the size of the high school and not having an impact on the water table from the standpoint of displacement is really something I would need to see an engineering report to confirm that. But again, as my colleagues have said, this has been a long-standing problem over at Wynwood and Douglas. So I'm glad that the wastewater utility is looking at it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Council Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mark Young. Mark, at the dead end of Alcott Street, is there not a marshland there?
There's a wetland, yes.
There's a wetland, and when we have significant rain, it rises, right?
It can, yes.
And I remember many years ago when we had a flooding problem at the section of Alcott Street, we discovered that beavers had built a dam, and that was impacting as well.
Yes.
So there's only certain times that the state says that you can go out into the wetlands and disturb that dam. So what impact would that have on the flooding in that neighborhood?
If there were a beaver dam that was holding water back, that would cause street flooding. It wouldn't cause sewer flooding.
that would be a drainage issue on the street and people's property itself.
Is that happening now?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So for many years, it's not happened on the flooding on the street
Flooding on the street due to the wetlands, yes.
due to the wetlands? And how would you alleviate that problem? How could you mitigate that circumstance from happening? Special drainage somewhere else? I don't know, divert it? I don't know.
If that was a major problem, then that wetlands could be, not drained, but it could be dredged. Or we could do some work with the culvert to drain that into, across Clark Road.
Because something should be done with that as well, in my opinion.
Well, I think the sewer issue is right now, the bigger of the issues
Think
that we need to address.
That would address the issue of the flooding in that
Yes.
section?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further discussion? Counselor Elliott?
Well, could we just ask the engineers about that footprint and the impact that it has or would have? Has that been identified in the conceptual plan? The drainage issue, any wetlands issue with the impact that's being talked about?
Through the mayor, to the city council.
This would be for the Colley site.
We have our civil engineer who has had meetings with the city. There's been an all-city department meeting. So we're aware of what the drainage requirements are, both downtown and at the Colley site, to have infiltration built into the site. So we're very familiar with doing that on similar projects.
And that's part of the proposal that has been submitted?
That's correct.
And it's been addressed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further discussion? Counselor Leahy?
Sure, could I just follow up with Council Elliott's question? It's been addressed, but I haven't seen that, so what does that mean? Is it gonna have an impact on the neighborhood? Putting a building there?
No.
At the Colley site, it shouldn't
No.
do anything to the water tables?
We will address all drainage on site that this building has an impact on. The site will be addressed on the site.
Okay. All right. And I just wanted to add one other thing. I know the Alcott section of the city has had drainage problems, but that's the same thing we're trying to work on with Melrose Ave and that section too. And, you know, we've been dealing with that issue and probably a few other places in the city, but, so this isn't anything new to one section of the city. We are trying to address these high water tables. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further Councilor Milonazo?
And just quickly, again, it can be solved. When the houses on O'Hare Way were built back 8 years ago, they put a storm water management system right on site. So again, with the engineer working with his staff and talking to the neighbors, it can be corrected. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Could I just ask one question? Why will it not have an impact? Can you answer that quickly?
Why won't it have an impact? Because we're required to deal with all stormwater on site. So the drainage will be designed to be able to accommodate all of the stormwater. So if you take a look at any of these site plans we have, and you see all that hard surface area, that has to be contained, and it doesn't percolate out back into the system any faster than it already does.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Mr. Manager, item J.
Thank you. This is a council motion, Councilor Belanger. This is the response to the DEP research impact of property values located near the high school as a result of the renovations of the high school. This was actually, I think, I assigned this to the assessor, Sue LeMay. She did the report. I'm sorry, I have this. This is the motion of Councilor Belanger to research the impact of property values. If a high school is located in a certain area, I've asked our Chief Assessor, Sue LeMay, to put together this motion response, and she's available for any questions that you would have.
Councilor Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so why don't I kind of divert to the Chief Assessor, Susan LeMay, for an explanation on the motion response. Thank you.
Yes, so what I did was I spoke to assessing officials
throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, as well as I looked at our own values throughout the city of Lowell, where there were schools located in the residential areas. I did not see any impact from any of the schools within our own city, so I went outside the city of Lowell. And from all of the assessing officials that I spoke with, there were no impact on any values from any of the schools located within their areas as well, including any new schools that were put there in any of their communities.
Okay, thank you. That's acceptable. I mean, look, I'm sure there are those, and there are many that don't, rather not have the traffic, and the traffic is certainly going to impact this neighborhood, and you can't blame them. But it may be, on the flip side, could be sought after by young families with children who may like the amenities of a high school, which will be open to the public. So there may be a trade-off. So I guess in the end, it has little or no impact. Susan, so thank you for your research and by going outside, because there's obviously no gauge to use here in the city with a project of this magnitude. So you, in turn, went to other communities, and that's doing your due diligence, and I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further, Councilor Milonazo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This issue came up a few months back, and at the time I had indicated that I did not agree with the quick assessment. And again, I respect Susan LeMay and the work that she did do, but I continue to disagree. And why I disagree is because, number one, we're talking the largest high school in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, so it's going to have an impact. Secondly, my family owns property on Draper Street across from the Sullivan School. And it's true, the assessed value has not gone down, but at the end of the day, no community is going to, build a school, collect the extra taxes, and then lower the assessment. But I can tell you the market value has gone down. The market value has gone down on the houses along Draper Street since the Sullivan School has been built there. And you can reach out to other communities, be it Dracut or Chelmsford or Lexington or Tewksbury or Barica. They just built a new school. And again, we're not comparing apples to apples here. So in my opinion, I think the property values are going to be negatively impacted. Again, not the assessed values, but the market value of the houses in the immediate neighborhood will be negatively hurt by this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
No, and I think what Councilor Milonazo just asked for, I think what we should do, and it's been done anecdotally, but I think we should formally do, is go out to schools like Tewksbury, Methuen, bigger schools, even, you can't go to Newton or something like that because that's just not a comparable, and really see, did the housing prices go up or go down? I think anecdotally, they all have gone up, but I think the challenge you're going to have is it's a seller's market for the past few years, and how do you differentiate the fact that you could put a house on the market because it's seller's market because the supply is low versus building a building? I don't know how you do that. I've had conversations with the various people in that area regarding that, because all the analysts that I've seen is different than what Councilor Milonazo says. He is correct, though. It's a different building, a different neighborhood. But I think we should do that exercise formally instead of Jim Leary just saying, my anecdotal evidence after looking at the browsing houses in Methuen have gone up. What does the city of Lowell actually say? Because this is important, because ultimately folks are saying, if you put a building there of this magnitude, you're going to kill my investment. All the housing things that I've looked at say different. I'm not an expert. I don't sell houses. So I think we need to kind of get a, and I appreciate what Sue did because it's a good start, but I think we should look at who's built a high school. And I don't know how you differentiate the market. The market is the market. If you have a recession, if this was 2008, it wouldn't matter, right? Because the housing prices tanked. But right now, you could put a house up anywhere and it pretty much would sell. It just would sell for your listing price and maybe more. So I think that's something that's important because people do have a legitimate concern. And if you go through the analysis, and I've done it, it doesn't measure up. But that's me, so let's do it formally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councilor Milonazo's point, he does have a good argument. I mean, Susan LeMay is a tax assessor. She's not a real estate agent. She's looking at it from the perspective of assessed value at homes, right? The city of Lowell or any municipality is not going to lower the value of your property or raise it in regards to a high school or school project in the neighborhood. So perhaps we should probe into this further to a real estate agent or someone who can get a better gauge on property values, because if they would be negatively impacted in this neighborhood, I would like to know about it. And so that's not saying Mrs. LeMay's information is not important and valid. It most certainly is. But it's, to Councilman Malinowski's point, there is a difference between assessed value and market value. There is, and again, if it's negatively impacted, I think this council would like to know that, but I'm open to any way we can get those answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Manager? Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry. This next motion response is pursuant to Mayor Kennedy's request to have me report to the council regarding the votes necessary by the Conservation Commission regarding the wetlands adjacent to the Colley site and the National Heritage Endangered Species Area. So first of all, attached to this response is a letter from the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife saying that there is no endangered species at that site. However, there is a wetlands area on the site, and we would have to file a notice of intent with the City of Lowell Conservation Commission relative to any construction that would be going on at that site if chosen. Mr. Slagle is available to answer any questions relative to that, but we would have to go to the Conservation Commission. Any questions on this item? If not, we'll move on to the Tewksbury Article 97 and conservation issues.
Yes.
Item L.
Thank you. This is by a motion by Mayor Kennedy relative to what we would, if we have to go to the conservation or environmental issues in Tewksbury and the standing that Tewksbury has relative to Article 97. First of all, since the town of Tewksbury doesn't own any of the land involved here, they have no standing relative to Article 97. Second, as far as any conservation or environmental issues, since there is where we're going to be constructing the parking lot, if this is chosen, is within a protected area by the town of Tewksbury, and we would have to go to the town of Tewksbury Conservation Commission to file a notice of intent to do the construction on that parking lot area. Again, Mr. Slagle is here to answer any questions relative to that.
Do we have any questions? Councilman Malinowski.
Related, since the manager mentioned parking, do we need a parking variance for the Colley site? And if we do, can Mr. Slagle kind of enlighten us as to what that is?
Sure. So
Yeah, there's the traffic, or at least the study says that we need 850 spaces for the Colley site, but the zoning does require more, correct?
that's correct.
And there'll be parking in Tewksbury? Will there be parking in the town of Tewksbury?
Yes, a preliminary analysis of the zoning requirements for this school indicates that the requirements under zoning are somewhere between 1,100 to 1,300 parking spaces. That is very separate and different from the amount of parking spaces we believe the school actually needs. Parking, the zoning ordinance is just a math problem for how many instructional rooms you have and number of spaces per instructional rooms. Some of those the spaces that are being provided on site are north of the field adjacent to Clark Road and are in Tewksbury and would require relief from the Tewksbury boards to construct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, Mr. Manager, we'll move on to M.
Yes, this is Again, this is a report from Tom Belgard, our Assistant City Manager and Commissioner of Public Works, relative to the cost of the field replication. As part of this field replication plan, we said that we would put synthetic turf at Cavallo Field to make that more useful throughout the year. We're also going to construct a new multi-purpose field at the Manning Field Complex. We're going to improve the two softball fields that are currently there. We're going to create a nature trail behind the softball fields at the Manning Field site and improve the parking. And Mr. Belgard estimates the total cost of the field replication to be $1.97 million. And Mr. Belgard is here and available to answer any questions.
Councilor Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. through you to the city manager. Mr. Manager, do you anticipate any private entity coming forward to try to help with the fields at Manning?
Yes, I do.
To assume some of the cost?
Yes.
That we would not have to pay for?
Yes.
Okay.
That's that program we started a couple of years ago, sponsorship program.
Sponsorship, yes. And you anticipate some happening there?
I've already had an entity reach out to me that's interested in sponsoring.
The total final cost would not be actually that if we did have sponsorship, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Council Rourke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Tom, how often is the Cavallo Field used now? Do you know how often it's in use?
In its present state, council, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. In its current state, Cavallo Field is a sodded field, and because we're trying to, and it's also the priority varsity field for the high school programs, so it's really limited to that. So it's on a part-time basis, and we do, in order to keep the field up to a B rating, say, it has to be rested from time to time.
Right, so I mean, very minimal use now, right? Very limited use over there right now, and then with this field turf going in, it could be used 10 hours a day for 10 months a year?
Yes, Cavallo Field, I believe, is the linchpin of this whole structure inside College, at the College Stadium site. Because what would happen is you would transform that field into a field that could work 7 days a week, 10 months out of the year. They would never need rescheduling, never need, anything due to the rain conditions or weather conditions. So it's definitely a field with artificial turf can equal 3 fields without it.
Thank you very much.
Council Milonazo.
Thank you. Through you to the city manager. If option 4 is chosen and we move forward with the replication at a cost of $1,970,000, what fiscal year would that capital plan be brought forward? Is this something that the state would want to see bonded by this council sooner than later? Or are we talking FY20, FY21?
Yes, it would be part of the bond to construct the high school.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Mr. Mayor, going back to what I had said earlier, I think you did a great job on this field replication, again, with a net gain of nearly 9 acres. But it does come at a cost, okay? So this is approximately $2 million to replicate these fields throughout the city, what's there. Granted, we're going overboard, but I think that's the strategy, was to appeal to EOEEA to let them know that we're going over and above what we were required to do, and I think that was probably a good strategy. But however, it's going to cost an additional $2 million, and that is on top of the Colley, which is already inflated price tag of $152 million on the district share, which is Lowell. So that's an additional $2 million on top of that. Until and I understand, as Councilor Mercier stated, and I've been working on very hard too, is sponsorships, yes, but that will equate to maybe $25,000 or $50,000 for maintenance. Right now, we have 0 coming in from sponsorship, so that's going to have to be added. That cost is added on to the Colley site. It's only a few million, but again, it is in addition to the cost that's in front of us now on top. I just think that bears mentioning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Council Leahy, then Council Leary. Council Leahy.
Thank you. Through you to the manager, so as far as the Manning Field complexes go, do we have to do anything with the town of Chelmsford for the drop-off parking lot side?
Yes, we'll have to go to the Chelmsford Conservation Commission because we're near wetlands that is located in Chelmsford.
And then do you anticipate any problems with as far as, there's gonna be parking there, so we're gonna be filling up their streets. What do you anticipate with anything with that?
I don't know, the town manager, Paul Cohen, was very positive in his comments in the local paper after learning of this, but we'll see what happens.
All right. All right. I mean, it's gonna be an issue that needs to be worked out, and it can be worked out, but
Yes.
the parking certainly doesn't work with that thing. But All right, and I guess that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Leary.
Just thank you. Tommy, Mr. Bellegarde, the softball field on Douglas Road, I mean, that's obviously changing the parking lot. What are you envisioning really in terms of like the road versus the field? Is there a fence that should go up? You said it's 20-foot, I guess, front setback, so how far, I mean, the road, if you're looking at a house sitting on Douglas Road looking at the parking lot, you're right there, essentially. What can we do to like alleviate any issues like, basically foul balls, I think, going into the road or going into the people's front lawns, I guess? It's a simple question. I mean, it's not major priority compared to the traffic, but it is an issue that's been brought up to me when you talk to people out there.
No, that's a very valid question, and what we would anticipate doing is buffering via trees, but also there would be fencing there because we don't want foul balls, going into the roadway.
And I think people think it's just rolling their eyes. It's a silly question, but I actually was in a gentleman's home and we're looking at it, and we're like, yeah, you potentially could get foul balls in your front lawn. I think ultimately, though, how high would the trees be? I mean, that's something that it sounds like a simple question, but it is a pretty important question.
It is. We haven't looked at that yet because we haven't gotten to that level of detail, but it's something we'd explore moving forward.
Okay, that's a question I'll have more on the site plan in terms of the building, but I think it's important that you make it not only aesthetically pleasing, but, safe.
Absolutely.
Cool, thank you.
Council Leahy.
So just to follow up on that, on Council Leary's questions, it's not really that important, but does that affect the parking on the other side of the outfield too?
We would need fencing on the outfield side of the parking as well.
Right, but I mean, what's the halfway point? Because I know that, I think we moved the fence up at Shed Park, and there was an issue about kids that used to be able to hit it out of the park, can't hit it out of the park, so is there a size for a professional softball field?
Right now, we're looking at about 200 feet from home plate for that softball field, but we haven't fully gotten into the actual details of what that needs to be yet, but we certainly will.
All right, and then we haven't so if we, depends on which plan you pick, right, 4 or 5 story?
Correct.
How much parking's on the other side of that outfield fence?
Absolutely, and you'll notice in both schemes, some have more of a green buffer between the, the parking, and moving forward, that's something we'll strive to, is to keep the parking as safe from the fields as possible.
Okay, and then the last question that neighbors have brought up too, what about like lights? Is that a field that's lit, or is it not have lighting, or how does that work? Is that something that we come up with as we go?
Right now, we're not calling for lighting. Lighting's one of those 60/40s, you either love it, you hate it.
Yeah.
But it has great potential as far as looking into a parking lot today versus what we could do with that buffer zone, so to speak. There's a lot of potential there.
Okay, no, that's just, a question people had, so, thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Bellegarde,
Sir.
the softball field, the softball stadium, if you will, that has lighting, right?
Yes. it
So
does.
when we move that, we wouldn't have to provide lighting as well?
We're not calling for it at this point, Mr. Mayor, but it's not to say that we can't put lighting. I wouldn't recommend lighting because of the proximity to the housing stock that's right on the roadway there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No further discussion, we'll move on to N. Mr. Manager.
Yes, this is a motion response to Councilor Leary's request to create a schematic design. It's still a little early in the stage for a schematic design, but during the presentation of Perkins and Eastman, they will have a massing depiction for the buildings. If no questions, I'll move on to the next response, and that's to Mayor Kennedy's request relative to a parking solution regarding the Colley site. Again, the Perkins and Eastman presentation will show you the parking presentation relative to options 4 and 5 on the Colley site. The next response is...
Mr. Manager,
I'm sorry.
if no one else has any questions, why are there now 2 Colley options? Why is there a 4 and a 5? Is it just because of the parking?
Because of the parking and the fields. Why don't you address that? Just, you don't have to.
Yeah, so when we were looking at this very early on, as I mentioned before, that there were two issues that we were going to be looking at, one being the field replications and the parking issue. So I asked Perkins Eastman to actually take a look at going to a 5-story to see how much that would reduce the footprint by, to see if that would help alleviate some of those two issues.
Mr. Manager.
Could I just ask one other question?
I'm sorry, Council Lady.
Just since you brought it up, I like the 5-story plan. And this is probably an obvious question, but if we were to make the front parking lot more green space, you can't really make a parking agreement with anybody in the area because it's sort of an unknown, or, okay. I mean, it'd be nice to have more green space in that front and less parking and kind of rely on a different scenario, but you can't do that to assume anything?
Yeah, it's a tight footprint, and we were trying to get to the 850 spaces that were called for.
Okay, all right. No, I like the 5 better than the 4, so, okay, thank you.
Council Samaras.
Thank you. If we go to a 5-story building, what kind of parking does that give us? What's the difference in parking between the 4-story and the...
So the 4-story, they're looking at 750 spots. The 5-story gets up to that 850.
Gives you up to 850. The issue is, I understand where Council Leahy's coming from, but the issue is you're building a campus school and you're building a 5-story building. It doesn't wash in my book. Okay? I mean, there's no other way where you, I mean, I've looked at the 4-story model. I mean, I like it much better than the 5-story. I think it's a better building to administrate for a principal and for teachers to work in. You're talking about 3,200 students, up to 3,500 students, and putting them on top of each other. Isn't there any other way of looking at parking and green space to give a true campus school? That's my issue.
At this point, and maybe Perkins Eastman can address this a little bit better, but this is, like I said, this has been looked at probably for the last 2 to 3 months or so to try and come up with that plan to help out with the green space where you didn't have the field hockey field overlapping on the softball field, and then once again to get up to that 850 spots.
But I mean, most 5-story buildings, you're going to build inside the city, a city, any place like that. I mean, I've seen very few campus schools where they say, I've got a 5-story building, I've got a campus. The whole idea is to spread the building, to better centralize the location of students. It's a safer environment, it's a complete environment. It is a campus environment. And I just don't understand why we can't look at other ways. I mean, this is given up. Okay, we need some more parking spaces. We need another field. Let's build a 5-story building. Once you build a 7-story building, you give you even more parking. Then it gets into the absurd. I don't mean to be that way, but the thing is, we're talking about a campus high school, and you're giving me a 5-story building. I just have difficulty with it.
No, I understand your concerns, but we're just saying is that this is a tight footprint, and that we were just trying to come up with some options that got us to the 850.
No, I understand, Mr. Manager.
That was the only way to do it.
Yeah, I understand, but the
Yeah.
thing is, I'm saying some of, other councils have used, in certain issues, we've shown very creative ways to handle different situations. And I'm just saying, administratively, running a high school, I mean, I would like to create, if you're going to create an environment, create the correct environment. And I'm just saying, is there any other possibilities besides that?
We'll certainly continue to look into it, but I just want to, we have tried as hard as we can to get that up to the 850.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? If I could, Mr. Manager, could you just clarify how many parking spaces do we need at Collie, and how many parking spaces are available with option 4 or the 4-story option, and how many are available with the 5-story option?
The 4-story option, there's 750 that's slated, and for the 5-story, it's 850.
And so we need 850?
From what we're being told, yes, the 850 is the target number they're looking at.
So why is the 4-story option an option?
it initially started out as the four-story option, and that's where we were at. That's what we started off as one of the 4 submissions in the PDP.
Any further questions on this? Councilor Elliott?
I just want to follow up on your point. I had the same question. Right now, the Aot garage is being, the school is using 744 spaces. So, same question as the mayor. Why is that move? Where's the 850 coming from? Who came up with it, and what is it based on?
The question is, where did we get the figure 850 parking spaces?
Almost another 100 spots.
Plus another 100.
Yes,
Or
sir.
90.
Mr. Manager.
Yes,
through-
yes,
yep. So if you look at, again, the traffic report, if you look at page 10, so we talk about parking, and again, remember, it's that mode shift. Downtown, you get a lot of kids walking to school or riding the bus, even some of the teachers walk. As you shift over to the College site, you get 97% of the staff will be driving. So that's 485 spaces. Then we threw in 20 spaces for visitors, so that's 505. And then with students, right now at the downtown site, 8% of students drive to school. At the College site, we put the number at 10%, which gives you 350, which brings you to 855. That 10% of students driving to school, you might have to, do something like only seniors or something to limit it to 10% of the students driving to school. But that's how we arrived at 855.
Okay, I mean, either kids are going to be bus and we need more buses, or they're going to be cars. I mean, you can't have it both ways, I suppose, and that's what it's factoring in, that we're adding more cars and we're adding buses. So I think that's a big unknown. I think that will have an impact on the decision, at the College site, and I think it's significant. I mean, do we have a trend? Have we seen the past number of spaces being used at the high school? Is it static? Is it consistent over the last, maybe we need to look at, over the last 10 years? Does that number increase? And did you say that there are some teachers that walk to school?
Yes, so they did, if you look at, so right now they did a comprehensive survey of downtown students. Right now, teachers, staff,
Right.
89% of the staff drives to the school downtown. The other 11% either walk or ride the bus. And then students, it's 8% of the students. So that's why you have less cars at downtown than you would at College.
Okay. I mean, I just question the number of cars. I mean, we have, most of the high school kids are on free and reduced lunch, so I'm not sure how they can be affording cars, quite frankly, which is why we're looking at busing as an option. So that answers my question, Mr. Mayor.
Downtown one.
Just
Council
a
Lady.
quick follow-up on that. So, I mean, even if you took 100 spots away, right? I mean, what are you gaining out of 100 spots? Say you restricted some of the student parking and you have parking for 750 cars.
Right.
I mean, what are you gaining? How many?
So 100 cars, if you take 100 cars and you park them, let's say on the
Yeah,
street.
make a square out of 100 cars. What are
Well,
we gaining?
So, are you asking, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, how much more, what are we giving up? 1,000
Okay, I think that's a
square
site
feet or
issue.
something, or?
He's asking how much room you pick up on the site.
It's not a big difference to the whole scheme of things, whether it's 100 more cars or not, right? I mean, if it's at 750 and you need 850, how much more space do you need? And if it were going from 850 to 750, what are we gaining? I mean,
So the question probably is, what's the footprint, the size of the footprint of the 5-story option, and then what's the size of the footprint for the
well,
4-story
we're
option?
picking up more, we're getting more parking spots, but we're getting more green space too, right, between the two sites?
230 times 10. I apologize, we're
Oh,
doing
it's all
some
right.
quick math here.
Yeah.
It's a little bit later at night, maybe before we might have been
Yeah.
able to do that. So usually for a parking spot, we assume 10 feet wide, just, as a rough number, and then we assume 30, which would incorporate the driveway as well as the spot. So what we're saying is 10 by 30, 300 times 100 is 30,000 square feet, is what we're looking at.
All right. So, okay, so I mean, yeah, all right, 3,000. Okay, thank you.
Council Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question I have is, what is on site, at the Colley site now, how many surface parking spots do we have on site currently? And the reason I ask is that we need as many parking spaces as possible. Okay, just a few weeks ago, I was there on a Saturday afternoon. There was a state tournament, the state finals track tournament, okay, from all over the Commonwealth. Okay, that parking lot was jammed. So I want to make sure we're at least meeting or exceeding what is there now. So, as much as we want to host sporting events in the city, we most certainly do. Okay, it brings people to the city, and hopefully they come and spend money afterwards. However, if we cannot provide enough spaces for these events, then they trickle over to the neighborhoods and the streets. And that's what we do not want to happen. So my question is, what is there now? And I'm hoping we're meeting, at the very least, meeting that or exceeding it.
Mr. Belgard, do you know how many cars we can park at the Colley Stadium right now?
I believe it's somewhere around 650. Now, that does not include, Councilor, where right now, the way it lends itself, you could park up Village Street, down Village Street, up Dead Horse Lane, but I believe paved parking is about 650.
Okay, so we'll be exceeding that by a couple hundred anyway. Okay, I never, in any report, that's never come up what's there currently. So that does offer a little relief in that regard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Nick, these numbers you have here based on your projections, you said it was based on a comprehensive survey?
Yes, so Brian and Associates did this survey of the downtown staff and students.
We have a copy of the downtown survey, I think that Councilor Belanger and Councilor Samaras did. Do you have a copy of that survey? I don't have it in my packet.
So that survey is, I think you're talking about, the survey, I can send it to you as an appendix to the overall one, but that's where we got the numbers, was a survey of the students.
So it was students and staff at the high school that were asked?
Yes, how they get to school, how they get to school.
Right,
Yeah.
so was there a total number of staff or students that took the survey? Do you have that right there with you?
Sure, the results. So that's in the overall traffic. So which numbers do you want to know?
How many students took the survey?
Let me see here. The survey information. Yeah, I don't, that's in the appendix. Hold on, I think Elizabeth might have it. Yep. Sure. It's Appendix G.
And give a copy of the survey, just curious, I haven't seen it.
So actually, I want to thank the school administration actually did the survey, and they sent the survey to students and staff in April, the end of April. So for students, 84% of the students replied for the survey. That roughly is 2,700 students. And then for staff, let's see, 291 staff replied out of roughly 400.
Do you have a copy of it with you, of the
Yes.
survey? Yeah,
Yep.
just curious, do it right now, afterwards, so just take a look at it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council Rook, you're all set. Any further discussion? Mr. Manager.
Thank you. The next response is to a request by Councilor Samaras and Belanger and Mercia relative to doing a survey of the downtown business people concerning the impact of Lowell High School on their business and the impact if Lowell High School was to relocate to another site. Allison Lammy is here, who oversaw the survey and tallied the results and issued the report, and is available for any questions that you may have.
Council Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Allison Lamy for all her hard work on this report, but I first would like to avert to her to give her her outcome of this rather extensive report, how the businesses reacted to this survey pertaining to the high school potentially relocating. So, and then I have comments after that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, and through you to the city manager. The DPD conducted an electronic survey using SurveyMonkey, and we distributed to 150 businesses in downtown. And then we gave them about a week to complete the survey. About 4 days in, we did make phone calls to each business owner, reminded them that the survey was available and asking them that they participate. We got 38 businesses completed the survey. And then I did attach a copy to your to the motion response. So you have a list of the questions. We asked 7 questions. Excuse me. The types of businesses that responded varied, but just like similar to the makeup of the downtown businesses, the most of them that responded were restaurants and retailers, although we also heard back from professional businesses, law offices, medical offices, some financial institutions as well. So in terms of the results, they were varied. 55% of the businesses reported that students frequent their business at least monthly. 29% reported that they visit daily. 40% of business owners reported that teachers and staff frequent their business at least monthly. 16% reported daily. All of the businesses reported that less than 50% of their annual sales are generated from the high school, both students and staff and teachers. Most of them claiming that they earned about 10% of their annual sales from the high school. So then we also asked a number of open-ended responses. We really wanted to allow businesses to respond within their own words how they felt about the high school in terms of what are the positive aspects they felt about the high school right now downtown on their business and what were the negative aspects. And so in your motion response, I listed what some of the common responses were. 27% of the responses to the positive question were about the positive environment, the energy, the vibrancy that the students and staff bring to the downtown. That was the highest response we received. And then other responses included things like the likelihood that students would engage in the community, be active in some of the organizations downtown, just the fact that they bring some diversity to the downtown as well, an increase in foot traffic. The question about negative aspects of the high school, 26% of the responses reported that there are no negative aspects to the high school being downtown, meaning that they had no negative impact on their business. The highest response in this question was about traffic congestion, as I think we sort of anticipated, mostly citing that the afternoon and morning commutes were toughest for traffic. But other responses in this question included jaywalking and student behavior as being some of the negative aspects. And then finally, the last question was about businesses commenting on how moving the high school out of downtown might impact their business. And these responses varied, although the majority were that they would have no impact or that there would be a significant loss in business revenue.
You get the floor, Council.
Very interesting, Allison. Thank you very much for sharing that with the council and the audience and the folks at home. In this sort of a match, the odd couple was on tour in downtown not too long ago, where Councilor Samaras and I also visited downtown businesses the last few weeks, because obviously businesses would be directly impacted if the high school were to relocate out of the downtown. And if the high school, if a potential site was in the Highlands of Centerville and the Pawtucketville, we'd have been there too. So with that being said, this is sort of a match of what, from knocking on doors, that we come up with. It matches that perfectly on my experience as being a downtown businessman for a number of years, where the you know, it is there. The student and the faculty population does have an impact on the downtown. Now, what bears mentioning here is, I've said this time and time again, to the education plan where 75% of our students come from low-income families. They really don't have a lot of money, okay? And we do not want to knock high school kids, but it is in the educational plan, and that is a fact. So to count on them for a vibrant downtown is almost unfair. But as to Allison's statistics, is that it's quite obvious. Those businesses who cater to a younger audience, coffee shops and candy shops and Subways and whatnot, do fairly well. It's probably above that 10% gross margin. So there's a handful of more businesses that you know, sort of rely pretty heavily on this high school with the students because they can afford a cup of coffee. And, you know, the clothing lines that we visited, the clothing stores or whatnot, said it's there. It's not huge, but it's there. They do come in. They may not purchase that day. They may come back with parents on the weekend, as Councilor Samaras witnessed. That students come in during the week, see a pair of sneakers, and they soon came back with their parents and and soon made a purchase. So it is there. And the downtown businesses do have concerns that if it relocates, well, what is going to replace it? And I don't have an answer for them. We don't have an answer for them right now. So to wrap up the report, give it the final, if you will, is that it will have a negative impact on downtown businesses. I don't believe to a huge degree, but it is there, okay? Again, it's there more so than to the smaller merchandise items that students are able to afford and faculty, not so much your law offices and your dentists or whatnot might not be impacted at all. So it does make sense, and thank you, Allison. It's a very elaborate report where the businesses also chimed in that they like to see students, the vibrancy, the activity, at least it's people. So there is a concern that businesses have, and I don't blame them. I've been there, and we need to do all we can for them. But this certainly, if the high school was to relocate, there would be an impact to some more than others. But it's there. It's not, again, a huge degree, but it is there, and that's concerning. And I would like to offer them some replacement. If this is relocated, they want to know what's going to make up for that 5%. Or 10% in gross revenue, or 20%. What's going to make up for that? They want to know. And so we need to have answers for them and do a lot better than we're doing. So the final decision has not been made yet, but downtown businesses are very, very important to me. They're important to all of us. So this needs to be, I think, probed into on a little further level as we get, the decision's next week. But we will have time to hopefully offer a solution for businesses to help remediate the situation if the high school is relocated outside the downtown, Mr. Mayor. And I look forward to my colleagues' comments as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Samaras, then Councilor Malinazzo, then Councilor Mercier.
Thank you, Mayor Kennedy. Allison, thank you for the report. Actually, the report does basically corroborate some of the findings that we had in a sense of, I really found after talking, some people that we talked to were very specific. Some said, you know, we figure that 15% of our business comes from the high school, especially in release day. We'll say a sandwich shop, you know, they understand the business that they get and what have you. So they're very clear. But in a sense, we found most people not really clear as to whether the high school helped or didn't help. I did, in our tour, find at least 8 places that were former students that I had in school that were there. Many minority students who have opened up businesses. And basically, whether the high school stays or goes, it demonstrates to me clearly that we have to do a lot of work with these people. I think that down the road, planning and development has so much to do, but maybe, I don't think you have a downtown coordinator any longer. These are things that perhaps have to be put back into the budget to help these businesses in the downtown really understand what they need. The issue is, if we went into a a shop that was part of a national corporation or something like that, the Trader Joe's. They have their studies, they research, they know why they're there, they know what the marketplace is. A lot of these people have no idea what the market really stands for. And Councilor Belanger did speak, like one man said, you know, the students don't seem to have the money, but we were there on a Saturday, and a parent came in and bought 3 pairs of shoes. He said that was his business for the day. So I think the study's good. It's not definitive. It doesn't really speak to, you know, how important they feel the high school is, but what it tells me is that we have to work with the Department of Planning and Development to help the downtown businesses understand what they're doing. And perhaps with the university, we talked about, you know, College Town, we talked about all of those situations, but there are certain businesses that will thrive in a certain type of climate. And we really haven't identified that as a city, Mr. Manager. I think that's part of an offshoot of what we're doing here could help the downtown one way or the other. If the high school to remain, businesses that would grow well because of the high school being down there. If the high school were not to be down there, businesses that would thrive because of whatever. So it just states that we have to do a lot of work in that area. And the issue is that there are many, as I stated, minorities who have opened up businesses and, you know, they're entrepreneurial, they know what they want, but they do need some help. And I'd like to see the Department of Planning be able to do that, but we need to give you the help also to do that. But thank you for the report. That was excellent.
Thank you, Council Milonazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you for the report. It was good information. Just as a postscript comment, if you will, if the high school is kept downtown, you're going to have 4.5 years of contractors, workers in the downtown being paid the state prevailing wage. So as much as we say that the students don't have disposable income, we're going to probably have at least 100 construction workers, maybe more, at any given time over 4.5 years that will have disposable income. So I think that would also positively impact the businesses in the downtown by having hundreds of contractors being paid the prevailing wage. Thank you.
Council Mercia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've seen construction sites, and at a particular time, a truck pulls up, and you can buy your stuff right off that truck. So I don't know, maybe it won't happen this time. But and I thank you for the report, but to me, it's not conductive as to what's taken place there. 150 businesses and 38 only completed the survey. 112 businesses did not. Am I led to believe that they don't care either way because it doesn't affect them? But people are saying, what are we going to do down there? And we just went over what possibly could be done there. We could have luxury apartments with people with disposable income, that students aren't the engine that drives economic development in the downtown. And when they do have that construction, you won't see many cars or vehicles going that route because there'll be a traffic jam unlike anything that you've ever seen. Be that as it may, if we had luxury units, owner-occupied, and we had more open space and more retail shops and people thinking outside of the box, we could create a boost of the tax base that you haven't seen in a long time. So whatever they say, I think this is my opinion, that 112 people did not care one way or another. So I think that's the majority, not the minority. 38 people are in a majority, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Just so that everybody knows, in a second, Councilor Lady, we have 2 more items, just the additional costs outside of the scope and the cost summary, and then we'll take all 18 of the speakers at that point. Councilor Lady?
Sure, thank you. Just a couple of questions for Allison. So, speaking about what Councilor Mercia said, did you reach out to everybody afterwards and they just didn't care to get back to you?
Yeah, so we emailed the survey to our email contacts, and then we there were 4 of us in the office that we called all 150 business owners and either spoke to them personally or left them a voicemail, letting them know about the survey and the link to submit it. 30, I know that does seem like a very low number. It's about a 25% response rate, which is actually, fairly good from what we've seen in other surveys. And, I think that given the amount of time we had, I think we did reach out to them all individually to ask them to respond.
I was just curious, it's not really in the report, but how many do you think businesses would not be there if they didn't have that group?
If we didn't have the high
If
school?
you didn't have the high school teachers and staff and students, how many would close the doors?
We didn't ask that specific question, but I can tell you that, so based on the question about annual sales, so while I mentioned that the majority say that they earn less than 10% of their annual sales come from the high school, over 30% said that between 10 and 50% of their sales come from the high school. So that's a fairly sizable amount. And I think the other, some of them may not be able to identify whether someone's a teacher or just a worker from another office. So that may be a harder number to identify. I think the student population is a lot easier to pinpoint. So, I mean, some of the.
Do you have a guess, though, that how many might go out of business?
I don't. Some of them, so it was an anonymous survey, so we don't know exactly how they responded.
Okay. All right.
But several of them in the open responses did say, I may shut down if I don't, if the high school were to move. That wasn't a large number.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
so like in the last line, and they had said significant loss of business revenue, and then a couple of them said I may close. But it was a small number out of the 38, so it's hard to know for sure. We didn't ask that specific question.
Okay. And then I guess the only other question is, so how many weeks did you have to do this? You only had a couple of weeks to do this, couple of months?
So my office was assigned it about a couple weeks ago, so we gave
weeks
it
ago,
a 7-day turnaround to collect their responses.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some great points by my colleagues. I failed to mention Council Milanello's point where, a temporary construction could be a boom down there to those local merchants as well. It's Councilor Mercier's vision as to what it could be, and that could be something. I have faith in the city, okay? But however, there's a void. That is a void before that happens when the high school vacates, and that could be the death sentence for many of these small merchants, okay? They're still going to have, that doesn't mean if revenue and gross revenue drops 5, 10, 15%, overhead does not. That remains the same. So, look, I know many of these merchants. I've been there, okay? They work very hard. They have everything to this point. They've earned their lives on the line in some cases. Some of them have their houses attached to their businesses, okay? So I know it's a small margin that replied, but nonetheless, downtown businesses are very heavily on my mind as I render a decision. They will be very much a factor in my decision. Okay, they're important to me. I know what it's like to put everything on the line to be a merchant in downtown Lowell and roll the dice and take that chance. Where things, let's face it, have not been going all that well for many. Okay, so again, in closing, they are very much on my mind as I render a decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Council Samaras and Council Roy.
Okay. Thank you. I understand where Council Mercier is coming from, saying, we didn't get, we'll say, 100% or a larger percent of people answering the questionnaire. But as Allison stated, I mean, that's actually a pretty good number to receive. The issue, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this, I didn't find anybody that didn't care. I just found so many independent business owners, people who own a shop, they're fighting every day to survive. Questionnaires are not important to them. That's why I stated at some point the city has to look at a turnaround as to how we go down and help a lot of these independent business people. It's not that they don't want to participate. It's just that what they talked about is not having the time to participate. What they talked about was being in their business all day to run their business, not being able to sometimes hire other people to help them. So it's an issue of not really, I didn't find anybody didn't care. I found those that didn't have the knowledge. I found those that wanted to have a business, want to succeed, but just are unsure of it. And even with all the help that, some of the help that some companies have received from the Lowell Plan and other groups within the city, I just think as a city, we have to do more. We have to reach out. That's what I found in my own personal survey. People certainly cared, but they need the help. And I think it's our responsibility to give them that help. The issue of the high school can be important for many of them, but to me, it's just like the water in Clark Road or Douglas Road. Whether the high school goes there or not, we have got to address the water issue. The issue of the downtown with the downtown businesses, we've got to help these businesses. We want Lowell to be successful. We help them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Rook.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must be reading this wrong. It says all business owners responded that the survey know that less than 50% of their sales were generated through students, staff, and teachers, with the majority claiming that less than 10%. So if 38 businesses completed the survey, I mean, a majority would be what, 15 businesses? 10% or less? I understand the passion for the downtown businesses, but was the question asked of these businesses, how would you consider a construction zone for 5 years affect your business? The negative effect, violence at mills or even the university, trying to get through traffic and so forth. And again, I mean, it seems like a vast majority of the businesses that, and even the ones that did answer, I mean, again, it's in the report, claiming they earn less than 10% of their income. Maybe, Mr. Manager, you might want to find out, I bet you get more businesses will reply to you if you ask them, how you feel about a major construction zone for, over half a decade. Again, so, I mean, I think that needs to be said because, I don't see much here that states what the high school brings as far as business-wise.
Thank you, Council Larry.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it has to be said. You want businesses to thrive downtown, you got to find people with the income to come in and spend money. A business owner said to me one time is that if the high school stay downtown, that's fine. That's where the town's going to be. You'll be okay. The world's not going to end. But if you want to have any chance of thriving and having an opportunity, you got to change the dynamic. Now, that might not be the only reason to vote one way or the other, but you keep saying to people, I guess anecdotally you said someone had sold 3 shoes in a day and that was their day. We got to do something dramatically different to have deep disruption of that, because you're never going to have a downtown that's successful. I mean, if you look at some of the towns that are successful, there's always a unique issue. Northampton, a smaller city out in the western part of the state, has always thrived. Now, yes, they've got Smith College and it's expendable, the income there is extraordinary. That's kind of the idea at the end of the day. You also got to not only ask the business owners and help them, you got to ask people, what do they want? And what would attract you in there? And one of the things that many of the council have worked on longer than me is that innovation district. Again, I could go on for hours and people want to speak, but you can't keep doing the same thing and expect the same thing to all of a sudden change. Again, I don't think the high school is the only issue to that, but to say that, I think the quote was basically that if it leaves, we're going to be devastated. No, it probably is going to improve at the end of the day. So we can get into that debate more. I think we need to next week. People need to speak and have their say, but that's an important issue that we need to nail down and have a very strong debate on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott.
I appreciate the report because we did get some information that we were looking for, because there was speculation out there on what the impact would be. And I happen to agree with some of my colleagues. The report is inconclusive. It doesn't come up with any concrete example, any information, any direction. Look, just practically speaking, if you have kids on free and reduced lunch, it's about, a sustainable downtown is about getting people downtown that have income, that have disposable income. We just went through, there was almost just 1 year to the day that we had a significant debate about Perkins Apartments and the fact that we're losing 400 people downtown who support the downtown. The students don't support the downtown at any level. In fact, I think, we used to hear that on a regular basis, that we need to do something. I agree with Councilor Laird, that something different needs to be done in the downtown. And whether it's market rate housing that we have been trying to attract, that is what is going to support the downtown. We don't have people commuting anymore. So while I appreciate the report, I don't believe there's any economic benefit from students downtown, because they don't have the disposable money. Maybe it's a coffee or something like that, but that's why the downtown needs help, because we need more than what's going on, and we see storefronts continue to empty, and that's a concern. So I appreciate the report, but I don't believe it. What I do think it says is that there's not a good impact from the students.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion on this item? Mr. Manager, item Q.
Yes, this is, several councilors have asked me just to separate the costs that aren't included in the MSBA project budget. These costs have already been discussed, and I just set them out so you'll know what the costs that aren't covered under the MSBA budget.
Any discussion on Q? Councilor Belanger.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the manager, one thing I have yet to run into is that now potentially if Colley is chosen, or even option 3, the Freshman Academy now becomes open, right? Now becomes cities, it's already city-owned, obviously, so that becomes open space. Now, the school and administrative offices could potentially go there, Mr. Manager, correct? Is that sort of a plan, long-term, potentially?
I'm not aware of the details. I know there are plans. They do need educational space. So the Freshman Academy will come in useful to the school department to address some of their space requirements.
Okay, all right, because it was brought to my attention that potentially what are we paying for rent on Merrimack Street? We got the school administrative offices on both sides of Merrimack, Mr. Manager. I don't know if you know offhand what we're paying yearly for rent on those locations.
Approximately $500,000.
$500,000. Okay, so that potentially could have been saved, but you seem to think more that this is going to be used for educational space. Is that what
I don't have the details, but I know I've heard that they have a bubble in the city, and they need to address that bubble, and the Freshman Academy could help address that bubble.
So you don't have an answer at this time, basically?
I can't give you the details, but I know the school department has a need for the Freshman Academy.
All right, well, then that might be leaning towards educational space then, all right, because that could have been potentially saved revenue from the rent we're paying on Merrimack Street, and I didn't know it was that much, wow. Okay, so that was sort of looked at. I was trying to look at everything, Mr. Manager, in this process, and that was one thing that came to mind from constituents, I might add, not me. So, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion on?
Just quick on that, I think, and you know this better than I know because it's updated, but I know they're actually renting space to have special ed costs because they're trying to alleviate that expenditure that keeps rising. So I know the Freshman Academy and any of these options, except for option 1, that's going to become very valuable to the school department because I think they're going to gobble that up in the New York Minute. So that's something that I think, and I've heard that anecdotally, but even when I was on the school committee, that's always been a pressing issue. How do we bring more students in? And I know, Mayor, you could speak more eloquently than I can on that, but that's something the Freshman Academy, for all intents and purposes, will probably go right back to the school department and become a very useful space that'll actually save money for the school district and probably get better programming. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this one? If not, the cost summary, Mr. Manager?
Yes, and the final report in this segment of our presentation is this is a summary of the different options, what the total project budget is, what the district share is for each option, what the annual debt service would be over a 30-year period, and then the tax increase on an average single-family home in the city.
Councilor Milanazzo.
Thank you. Appreciate the updated numbers from the team that put it together. It's interesting, though, when you look at the total cost, the total project budget by all options 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then the 5-story building, and you divide that number by the square footage, The smallest building is the Colley site. The smallest high school is 590,000 square feet. It's at the Colley site. The largest is actually option 1, ironically enough, at 650,000 square feet. Option 3 is 636,000 square feet. So again, I just want folks to know that the smallest high school, which is the most expensive for the taxpayer, is at Colley, and the rest are all above 630 to 650,000 square feet. Again, just some quick math on the numbers that you provided us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion on the cost summary? Councilor Belanger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as we all know, we've been working on this for the last 18 to 24 months, and it is an educational decision. There's no two ways about it. But there's economics to this. Okay, so with that being said, now, and Councilor Ellie alluded to it earlier in the night, the MSB process has totally been a farce where we went into this, you know, expecting 79.2 reimbursement. And in some cases, in the case of Colley Stadium, we're ending up with 55. Okay? Option 3, not much better, slightly, about 58 to 60. That is a far cry from the 80% that this council thought it was getting when it entered this endeavor. So with that being said, Mr. Mayor, through you to Connor Baldwin, and I've mentioned economics more than once in Councilor Elliott's Finance Subcommittee meetings. What I need to know, okay, is that, for instance, Colley Stadium, as Councilor Milazzo alluded to, is the most expensive. We have a price tag of about $152 million, plus a few items we went into tonight: field replication, traffic improvements, reimbursement to MSBA, soil remediation, soil disposal. So in essence, none of which is reimbursable. That is strictly on the city's dime. So that site escalates now to about 160. Not counting transportation. Let's just say we can work out, as mentioned by my colleagues, let's just say we redistrict, we work out transportation, it's next to nothing. I mean, it's gonna take some doing. So, and truthfully, option 3 is not far behind, being at about 145 million. And there most certainly will probably be overruns. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to be drastic. So those two options are the most expensive. So what I want to know, the bonding capacity from that point. This council mortgages our future, whether it's 145 or north of 160, what can't we do in our future? Okay, as to other school improvements, that all the other 28 schools are going to need some attention in the next 3 to 5 years. A police station, other capital projects. What I want to know is what can't we afford if we go with something to this level? Okay, I need to know that before I make a decision as to the cities, before we mortgage the future, at least me anyway, I'm only one of 9. Okay, I worry about money. I always have, okay? And this is taxpayer money. It is not a free-for-all. So what is the city's capacity to do things, other capital projects, as I mentioned, if we decide to go forward with one of these projects? I know it was mentioned weeks ago through the Finance Subcommittee that our bonding capacity remaining, according to the state's formula, is about 135 million. Okay, the most 2 expensive projects exceed that level. And I understand we're allowed to exceed it for school building projects, but it's our call. So, Mr. Baldwin, I am going to be relying on your expertise of the city's financial future if we're to mortgage this kind of money. It is enormous. And it is not what, I remember 18 to 24 months ago where Colley Stadium itself was price tagged at $250 million with 80% reimbursement. We were looking at a $50 to $60 million bond 18 to 24 months ago. Truthfully, I probably would have signed on a dotted line right then and there. However, reality has checked in. Okay, the prices are in, all the information is in, and it is very, very expensive. Okay, so again, I hope to be here for some time. So I need to know, again, what our financial picture looks like with bonding out this kind of money, Mr. Baldwin. So it is not no small task, I understand, but, you know, our ability to do other things, okay? Every week, this council, one of us comes in with a motion to pave a road, to upgrade lighting, to do something, okay? And we want to still continue to do that for our constituents. So hopefully there's room, but I need to hear from you, Mr. Baldwin, okay? You're the money man. You know city's finances like no other. So if you could please get together a report as to a capability of bonding capacity after such a bond for this project. I need to know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further, Councilor Rourke, and then Councilor Samaras.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Baldwin, if the high school project costs the city $400 million, the city's share, is that 135 touched?
The 135, the amount for the high school does not count towards the debt limit.
Not a dollar, right?
Under the provisions of Chapter 70B, it's exempt from the debt limit.
So not a dollar?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Samaras.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, just for a point of information, on these original plans came out, the option 3 site was more costly than the option 4 site. But based on the reimbursement, there was like a $20 million difference between option 3 and option 4. And now it's down to like just over 9 million. Is that because of the new figures? What's the reason for that change? It's like $10 million change.
Actually, the original estimate on option 3 increased in the further review by Perkins and Eastman. And remember that delta between the reimbursement rate of MSBA of $312 per square foot and the actual cost of construction, which is around over 500, would account for that change.
Okay, but you understand, we want to make sure that the public gets,
Yep.
why figures have been changed.
I think it's important to note that the MSBA does not reimburse us 100% for construction costs. True construction costs are in the $500 range per square foot, and we only get reimbursed $312 per square foot, and that's where the big delta is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Mercia.
Well, what I'm concerned about is the project budget. Option 3, $352.5 million. Option 5, being the 5-story, $336.1 million. That's $16.4 million less. There's your traffic improvement, there's your field replication, and there's your sidewalks. And there's much more that you could spend with this money. That's my opinion right there. And when you talk about the tax rate, option 3, $281 per year, $299 per option 4, and the 5-story, $293. And that's a difference of either $12 a year or $18. So, I mean, I'm a little bit selfish. I think I can see a value here that I support, but it's my opinion.
Councilor.
Just real quick, too, if you go to the cheapest one, you're looking at the cheapest one from a standpoint that affects the property tax, you're looking at no new buildings. You're looking at a complete renovation. And the school department alone is looking for buildings, and that freshman academy is going to save them really a couple $1 million a year, maybe even more, depending how successful they actually get that project in terms of the busing. So when you look at option 1, which is it's $255 based on the assessment for a house that's $253,000, that's really a misnomer. You're not getting anything but a renovation. You're also going to have a chance with that much time frame of losing students from attending the school. So it looks like it's the cheapest, but at the end of the day, it's going to cost you a lot more money down the road. I guess, Mr. Manager, Standards & Poor's just did a report, did they not, on us? What did they say about our fiscal management to date?
We just received that today, and they gave us a glowing report that we have very strong financial management in the city of Lowell.
Okay, now, I think the issue is, we got to be creative, and that's an easy word to throw out at any point in time. The two issues that this council passed for further clarification is, one, Circle Health, in terms of a pilot. I think we need to sit down with them sooner than later and actually say, you know, your tax rules, if you were paying taxes as a business, that's about $1 million, $1.1 million, $1.2 million. If you paid half of it, it'd be what, $700,000, well, $500,000. That could be applied to the debt service, and that's basically almost, if you're paying $1 million, it's 1% of your taxes. So picking on them is not a fun thing to do because, you know, they're big, they're an easy target, but stuff like that has to be done. The other issue really comes down to, actually, we're a gateway city. That has to be explored with the MSBA in terms of the square footage cost, no matter what option you pick. It's ridiculous that the costs are $500 and we're not getting reimbursed anywhere really near it, if you're thinking about it. Again, you go back to the city of Lawrence, which built a beautiful building, got reimbursed, again, 90, 95%, whatever the numbers are, that's 30%, 35% more than the city of Lowell. Now, I think we're a little bit better off from an economic standpoint, but 60% at the best is not acceptable. And I hate to be looking at it, you know, we rely upon the state, we rely upon grants. It's because we are a gateway city. We take in newcomers. We do it better than most other cities do it. But to do that, we have to run facilities in order to do it successfully. So we have to change that dynamic. Is it easy? No, nobody's going to want to do it because it's hard to do, but it has to be attempted. So I know it's again, I said what it's going to speak, it's almost 10 o'clock and people want to speak. We have to do things from a financial standpoint a lot more aggressively because we need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Milonazo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to mention that the city of Lawrence did receive, as Council Leary indicated, about 99% reimbursement. But at the time, they were under receivership. The superintendent's title is superintendent/receiver to this very day. So again, the city of Lowell, as mentioned, is doing much better fiscally than almost any city in the Commonwealth. So again, I wish it was 80%, I wish it was 85%. But again, we're at 55% to 65, 68% reimbursement where we sit today. Whether or not through our state delegation and through your leadership, Mr. Manager, we can go back to MSBA and say, again, we're a gateway city. You know, we should be able to make the argument that instead of 68%, we should be back where we were when we built the 12 schools 25 years ago. I believe we got 80% back in those days. But again, the city of Lawrence was under receivership. They obviously needed that type of assistance from the Commonwealth, and that's why they received it.
They also did it in the middle of the Great Recession, and they came up with that percentage cost. So if you get penalized for doing the right thing and being successful, that's a problem. All right, our median income is not much different than Lawrence. So I think we have to try. If we fail, at least we tried. I think that's the dynamic, because we got to try different things in order to change the dynamic, not keep doing the same thing over and over.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Councilor Elliott.
I'll be brief. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Chief Financial Officer. Are my numbers wrong here, or based upon this chart, that we're going to get a maximum reimbursement of 62% for the full renovation? Right. But while we're looking at, go ahead.
Are you talking about the district share?
The district share versus the total project budget, right, which means the state picks up the balance.
Can you explain those, the district share, how you came up with that?
We're throwing numbers 68, 80, you know, I mean, where are we at? Because I could have done some wrong math, but. Okay, well, while they figure that out, Mr., I just want to.
I can tell you if
okay.
you would like to hear now. The way we came up with that number is that we took the estimates, we vetted the estimates to make sure that it was as thorough and accurate as possible for the information available. I took it a next step further, which was to put it in a form that's utilized by the Mass School Building Authority. They don't typically look at this until the end of schematic design. Okay. But what we've been doing is populating the document that the Mass School Building Authority uses with all of their numbers. And so essentially, you know, at the bottom, we were able to calculate the effective reimbursement rate based on eligible, ineligible costs. And the biggest driver, single driver there is the $312 a square foot. And I just want to say that some folks believe that the $312 a square foot is what a new school should cost. The $312 a square foot is what they allot for a program, but everybody knows that school construction costs are much higher than that. And I would also, just to ad lib on one of the questions here, that it probably would take a special act of legislation to try and get something different in terms of a rate.
We're working on that. Thank you.
Well, we're working on a couple of special acts, so let's not, why don't we just put another one in? Because we spoke about this at the outset of this process, that the reimbursement rate is far from the actual cost, and it's never too late in the process to revisit it. But I wanted to ask you, Mr. Baldwin, you had mentioned 70B. So our debt ceiling, the 135 that we spoke of in the Finance Subcommittee, school debt is exempt. I just want to make sure. Or could you just repeat what you...
That's right. Projects authorized under 70B are exempt from the debt limit.
Okay, so if we had to do other projects, we would have the ability to do that.
Most other capital projects that you would think of, paving, sidewalks, traffic signalization, building improvements, those are all subject to the debt limit and would count towards that $135 million number that's available.
But this project is not.
That's correct, and that's in terms of, I guess, the analogy we usually use in city manager's offices. That's the amount of money you can put on your credit card, but you still need to be able to make the payments every month. So you
Right.
have to be able to afford the, monthly, or in this case, annual debt service payments.
Okay, so that's where Councilor Mercier references the difference between a $352 million project for 3 versus a $336 for Site 5. That's the delta, and then the difference. Because one way or the other, any option is going to require a tax increase. And that's what we are concerned about. And I am concerned about it, and I don't think there's anything wrong with being concerned about it. We all are. But there's also a notion you don't put good money after bad projects, and that's where we are at right now, in my opinion. So contrary to belief, I understand the importance of this. I've been following it, and I will make a vote, and it is important, and I get it. So I think that was important to clarify, at least for me, who sat in that chair, and I don't think any other members of the subcommittee realize that Chapter 70B, borrowing for school building projects, are outside of that requirement. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If I could just follow up a little bit on Council Belange's original question. There is a difference between the borrowing capacity that the city would have after the project is completed and the debt service. So can you discuss that, what the debt service would be on this project and what that does? Just because we have the capacity to borrow more doesn't mean that we can afford to borrow more.
That's correct. So again, I'll use the analogy of your home credit card. You may have a certain limit that you can go up to, but you have to be able to make the payments on it. So the general laws of the Commonwealth allow communities to borrow for projects that they know are very expensive, like school buildings, sewer, water infrastructure, that are outside of the debt limit. Most communities run enterprise funds to fund the debt service on the latter of those examples. So they are exempt from the debt limit, unlike most capital projects, like I mentioned before, building improvements, infrastructure like paving and sidewalks, street repairs, etc. Those are subject to a limit, which can be raised upon appeal to the state. But I think the question that's before this body tonight is, the ability to pay the debt service payment, which in some cases is anywhere from $8 to $9 million annually.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, we'll take the speakers now. Just before we start, I'm going to keep it to a 5-minute limit for everybody, and just so that everybody knows, we'll be back here again Thursday evening, and Thursday evening is dedicated to listening to speakers at that time. So if the clerk will call the first speaker.
Anastasia Sakalara.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anastasia Sakalaris. I live at 29 Norcross Street. Dear Mr. Manager and members of the City Council, I would like to begin by reading some excerpts from my letter that I wrote and which were published in the Lowell Sun on Thursday, April 6. For years, Lowell has saved a fortune by not having to pay for school buses. Because of its central location downtown and the availability of the LRTA bus service, students can either walk to school or take the city buses. Why should the city add this expense when there is such a frugal alternative? Is there any better place for a high school than right next door to the city library? Students use the library after school by the hundreds, doing research for homework and using the computers for assignments. They volunteer and also have access to many excellent after-school activities available for teens at the library. The Colley Stadium option would remove this valuable resource for high school students. Why is it assumed that a brand new building is automatically more desirable than renovating an old one? The library is an example of this. It was renovated in 2000, and it is beautiful and works fine. Visitors to the city are in total awe of the library building. Lowell is fortunate to have both a city hall and a library that are architectural gems. I will remind people that the City Hall and the library are 30 years older than the 1922 Lowell High School building, proof that old need not mean decrepit and useless. Well, that's what I said in my letter, and I want to add a few more comments. There has been a lot of agonizing about what to do about the dentist's office on Arcan Drive. Yet I think this is one of the easiest problems Lowell will ever have to solve. Put it in the Hamilton Canal area. Why not? These old buildings were built to last, and they had character. I'm sure we will all agree that the library next door, after being renovated, is as beautiful and as good as the year it was built in 1893. And by the way, the library will be negatively impacted by the loss of all those high school students because we get our funding from our circulation figures, which are sure to go down when they don't come anymore. When a smart, successful businessman named Sal Lapoli wanted to start a business in Lowell, he didn't look for new construction. No, he chose an old mill building near the train station, and look at it. It's shaping up to be a beauty and a real asset to the city. So it will be with our 1922 Lowell High building. 100 years ago, this city was engaged in the same project we are dealing with now, planning a new high school. Planning is what Lowell is noted for. After all, we were the first planned industrial community in the world. They planned well then, and they planned 100 years ago when they put that building downtown. Let's get it right this time, too. Our motto is alive, unique, inspiring. So let's celebrate what makes us unique. Let's stop comparing ourselves with other urban areas which moved their high schools from the downtown or the suburbs with their cookie-cutter modern buildings and neat little yellow school buses. That might be right for them. And I wish them the best. But we need to do what is uniquely right for us as a city, for the city we were, we are, and are going to be. If it's not broken, why fix it? Keep it downtown.
Thank you.
Brian Barry.
Mr. Mayor, City Manager Murphy, members of the council, thank you very much for letting me speak tonight. My name is Brian Barry, and I live at 57 Pentucket Avenue in Lowell. I'm here tonight to voice my support for a new high school located on Village Road at the Colley site. As a teacher at Lowell High School, a father of young children, and a concerned resident for the future of Lowell, I believe it is imperative that this council gets this decision correct. After examining the floor plans for option 3 and 4, reading the 18 motion responses for this meeting, as well as weighing all the other pros and cons that have been brought to light, it is clear that the Colley option is a superior project. Option 3 downtown provides only 2 new buildings, a field house and a freshman academy. That is it. A new gymnasium and a new building for freshmen. Everything else will be rehabbed. This includes the 1922 building, as well as the 1980 Lord building, which is currently connected to the gymnasium. The rehab buildings will only be partial rehabilitation, as they are not guts-to-stud renovations. If option 3 is selected, students will have a brand-new facility their freshman year. For the remaining 3 years of high school, students will be forced to take classes in partially renovated classrooms that do not fully meet the educational plan. To pay over $352 million for a high school that almost 2/3 of which is going to be a partial renovation, when we could pay slightly more as a city and have the nicest high school in the state of Massachusetts, does not add up to me. Would it be ideal to be able to build a brand new centrally located high school? I believe it would, but that is not our reality. We have the extraordinary opportunity to build brand new on Village Road. Why continue the cycle of throwing good money after bad? It has not been an easy decision for me to speak in front of the council or the city tonight. As a Belvedere resident and a teacher at Lowell High, I'm aware that my opinion on this issue varies from many of my neighbors, some state elected officials, as well as the more vocal members of the leadership team at Lowell High School. And that is why I thought it was pertinent that I speak up. There's been a sense among some staff at the high school, as well as some Belvedere residents, that if we speak up for what we believe is right, then we will be ostracized. I say this to the council because I would imagine that you are all feeling political pressure 100 times worse than any ostracizing myself or any other resident of this city is feeling. And I empathize with that. But there is no excuse to base a decision as big as this on the desires of a few politically powerful people. It's not right, and it risks putting Lowell in a financial catastrophe if we find ourselves back in the same situation 20 years from now. I am not uncaring of the traffic and safety concerns of my neighbors, nor of the travel issues for those living farther away. They're very legitimate concerns. However, with proper leadership, these issues can be mitigated so the actual impact will be less severe than what is currently being perceived. Unfortunately, whenever a major change is proposed, it is human nature to consider what is unknown less safe than the known. I do have a request tonight. I respectfully ask that you take a hard look at what the taxpayers will be getting for our money and what you believe is truly the best option for this city as a whole. Please try to block out the noise and look at the facts. I hope you have the conviction and self-belief to not give in to political pressure and to vote for whichever option your mind and your heart tells you is correct. I decided to speak tonight because I figured if I couldn't get up here and state what I believed was right, then I didn't have the right to expect it from any of you. In 10 to 15 years, I will explain this issue and this council to my 3 children, my nieces, and hopefully some nephews. I hope the narrative is about a council who, despite heavy-handed opposition, stood up what was for best for the future of Lowell and all of its residents. I want to tell my kids the reason that Lowell is thriving is because in the spring of 2017, the City Council was able to see through the smoke and mirrors and make the right decision. Yes, for Colley Stadium. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 10 o'clock. We need a motion to waive Rule 5 to go beyond. We have a motion by Council Leahy, seconded by Council Mercia. Discussion, all in favor, all opposed. Next speaker.
Tim Blake.
Good evening, Tim Blake, 40 Harlan Ave in Lowell. I'm here to present to you the over 1,100 signatures to support a new high school at Colley Stadium. To the city councilors before me tonight, you know what it's like to knock doors and meet with people across the city. Over 1,100 signatures were collected in person, door to door, through the winter and late spring. What I present to you tonight is not from a website or done through the internet. These signatures represent all the city and not just Belvedere. To save you some tallying, over a third of the signatures do come from Belvedere, and that includes citizens on Douglas, Clark, and the other streets around Colley. Mayor Kennedy, you described the Citizens for Colley movement as a small but loud group. I'm hoping that receiving these signatures from over 1,100 Lowellians, you could correctly categorize us as more than a small group. I would say, as for loud, it would be more respectful to describe the citizens you were elected to represent as passionate, caring, altruistic, driven, active, and civically inclined. We are families working together so we can look our own kids straight in the eye and explain that we did everything we could to provide you a safe education in the most ideal education environment. To the city councilors, like you just said, you have a huge, huge decision to make. These signatures represent citizens wanting kids in classrooms free of distractions, free from construction vehicles and workers. These signatures represent citizens wanting children to be safe from environmental concerns when they are learning. Most citizens signed this petition well before a classroom was condemned, a chain link fence erected, and our local Board of Health all raised concerns about the current high school. With all this new information, it is time to make a decision on site location. Make the decision, choose option 4, and move the high school to Colley Stadium. And agree with the over 1,100 signatures I have here for you. And in all honesty, with a lot of this new information that came out, with the financial impact that we find out to most families that the tax difference is less than $20 a year for families, I think we would have much more than 1,100 signatures if we knew that months ago. I thank you for your time, and I'd like to present to you these signatures.
Thank you.
Greta Lewinsky.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
could I present this as part of the record?
Sure.
Greta Walensky, I heard that right. Yeah, you got it. Hello. My name's Greta Walensky, and I'm a 2016 graduate of Lowell High School. And I, while at school, heard about movement and discussion about moving the high school from downtown to Belvedere, and I was immediately concerned for my peers. I consider the graduating class my peers. I was just in high school, this time last year, so I think my opinion is a little different, from some of you older guys. But I am extremely concerned over the notion that the high school could be moved to the edge of the wealthiest area in Lowell. Lowell High School is a diverse place racially, ethnically, economically, and that's what made it such a special place to me. And after a year at UMass Amherst, I missed the culture and the vibrancy of Lowell and Lowell High School. And I realized that kids from different cities and towns had access to a lot more funding and more resources than me or my peers did. But I still saw it as a blessing to be from Lowell. And I also saw, coming from two parents who have college degrees and who work full-time and have college educations, that's a privilege that I have that a lot of kids at Lowell High don't have. The population of Lowell High is largely the children of immigrants and refugees who don't have the time or skills to be involved in their community as much as they'd like to be. Many people's parents don't speak English and work a lot and live below the poverty line, and all of these factors keep them from being as involved as families who have been here longer and who are more connected to local politics. And I think it's unfair that the children of refugees and immigrants don't get to have a voice because of this. I believe that keeping the high school downtown provides equal access for everybody. Kids in the Acre, in the Highlands, in South Lowell, in Pawtucketville, in Centerville, they all have a better chance to make it to school if it's downtown. I live in the Highlands. I have a sister who's a freshman at Lowell High. The idea of moving the high school all the way to Belvedere would double her commute. Furthermore, we don't have a bus system. People either walk or they take the bus, or some upperclassmen, a small portion, drive. I took the bus almost my entire 4 years at Lowell High School, the city bus. Even though it might be, marginally less expensive to build a high school at Cawley than to renovate the current situation in downtown, the continuous cost of creating a bus system is a burden on taxpayers that I don't think people want or deserve. If people don't have children in the Lowell schools, they should not have to pay a tax to provide buses to a new high school when keeping the high school downtown makes it more accessible to everybody. And I understand that as a student, it's your responsibility to get to school and to be on time. But to just say, well, tough luck, kid, make it to school, that's on you, is very unsympathetic, because the kids who don't have access to a ride to school are probably going through a lot of things in life, dealing with poverty, parents who can't navigate as well as families who have been here for a long time. I think that moving the high school away from downtown literally puts access to education further out of reach of the kids that need it most. I think that keeping Lowell High downtown will provide a chance for everyone to get an equal access to education. And I think that the minds of the students at Lowell High have inspired me, have made me a better person, have made me who I am. And I'm speaking for all of the students. And I think from spending the 4 hours of this night at this meeting, I see that the focus isn't entirely on the students. It's largely on business, roads, money, etc. I think we need to focus on what's really important and what's really at hand here, and that's the well-being of Lowell High's student body. And that's why I beseech you, I plead, I beg, I hope with all my heart that Lowell High is able to stay downtown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Daly.
I've been sitting a very long time, just like the rest of you guys.
It was Lynn Daly. It was Lynn Daly.
Lynn Daly's the next
Oh,
speaker.
I thought you said Virat J. I'm sorry. I guess next.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Daly, and I reside at 35 Windward Road. I am here tonight to speak to the City Council to voice my support for keeping Lowell High School downtown. However, the discussion tonight should not just be focused on the location of the high school. This discussion should really be focused on the future of the city, including all elementary and middle schools that need maintenance and other municipal buildings and programs. We should be looking at the high school in terms of what we can responsibly do now to ensure the success of the city and all its residents now and into the future. If people are honest with themselves and truly want what is best for all children and the city, now and in the future, the Cawley site would not be the answer. It is imperative that you, the City Council, understand the reports provided and the implications that each option demands. I believe at this time the reports with the facts provided within demonstrate that Cawley continues to be just a dream that the city cannot reasonably undertake while keeping the many residents it would impact in mind. In addition, future school and municipal building improvements and plans are not something that should be easily disregarded in funding a new Lowell High School building. As part of the response for a recent motion to review the Hamilton Canal Innovation District, as a potential location for Lowell High School. The response as to why it would not be considered is that the master plan for the Hamilton Canal Innovation District did not support moving the high school there. However, little attention has been paid to the city's comprehensive master plan, Sustainable Lowell 2025, in relation to the Lowell High School building project. This plan encompasses the entire city. It is the result of an extensive planning process that took place between 2011 and 2013 with substantial public participation, data collection, and analysis. The plan was adopted by the Lowell Planning Board and endorsed by the City Council in March of 2013, just 4 years ago. The city filed a statement of interest for funding Lowell High School with the MSBA in March of 2014, 1 year later. The SOI states, there is only one high school in Lowell made up of multiple buildings. It is at the center of the city. There is overwhelming support to keep it in the city center for a number of reasons, including it is a historical building, one unified school is important to school pride, busing to multiple locations is reduced as there is a city bus system used by many students, location near UMass Lowell and city municipal buildings brings opportunities for the students and the education, the urban presence of the school adds to the pride of the city, parking for students and teachers is simplified by city parking garages, and building a new school for 3,900 students is cost prohibitive. The city could not have said it any better. The city's comprehensive master plan provides a shared vision for the ongoing development and revitalization of the city, with particular emphasis placed on economic, social, and environmental sustainability. This wording describing the master plan is taken directly from the city's website. Many of the benefits included within this plan have already come to be. This is thanks to the members of the City Council that endorsed the city's master plan in 2013. Councilor Elliott, Councilor Mercier, Councilor Kennedy, and Councilor Leahy. The master plan is in place to guide the city in decision-making, and it's important that the city follow its plans. Objective 5 in the master plan is to cultivate schools as models for community cohesion and self-sufficiency. Objective 5 states, continue to explore changes to the school assignment policies that reduce busing distances and increase the number of students assigned to schools they can walk to. It also states, work to retain the high school as an institutional anchor in downtown and plan for future facility improvements consistent with recommendation of the Downtown Evolution Plan. In closing, when the City Council selects the best Lowell High School option, following the plan for the city should be paramount. As it was noted in the response to the Lowell High School building Hamilton Canal Innovation District motion, the city should follow the master plan. Again, this is not just about the high school, and it's not just about the high school students. This is about future improvements needed for the city and what we can responsibly do now and in the future to ensure the success of the city and its residents. So I'm going to stop that there, but I have to address one other thing. So motion I, drainage and sewer infrastructure, which we discussed earlier tonight. I did speak about this a few weeks ago at the City Council. At the time, I did not have pictures of the flooding on Windward Road. Since then, I found those pictures on my computer. I either sent them or delivered them to everyone on the council. Councilor Elliott's email got kicked back to me. Here are the pictures if you haven't seen them. This is a sanitary sewer overflow problem. It has nothing to do with water collecting on the street, nothing to do with pavement, nothing to do with clogged catch basins. Mark Young and Shannon Cohane know this situation well. Mark Young confirmed tonight that this is a sewer problem. It would take something like a sewer separation or a water storage option. Stormwater management, it's an engineering it requires an engineering solution. So with that said, I thank you for your time tonight, and good luck.
Thank you.
Stephen Anstey.
Hi, I'm Stephen Anstey, 231 Mount Hope Street. Mayor Kennedy, City Councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm here to strongly support the downtown site in option 3 now that there is much more information available. It is excruciatingly clear after 4 hours listening to all of the problems that Lowell can neither afford the cost nor the risk inherent to moving the high school out of downtown. The complications and expenses of building a school on the site of Colley are neither necessary nor prudent. The facts are in, and Colley is a site which has far too many serious questions to move forward any further, with the high probability of legal challenges regarding Article 97 issues that could cost millions of dollars and years of time, and with millions of dollars in costs to replicate the field, and with busing costs over $100 million over a 30-year life of this building, with the required zoning changes to be able to build 5 floors in an area that is neither fitting nor appropriate, with the required space for parking destroying any benefits of a supposedly suburban campus, and with millions of dollars of infrastructure upgrades required for the safety of students traveling in and out of the area, and many other issues, it is time to set aside Colley site and focus on making a world-class high school downtown. It is time for us to be honest with ourselves about the real costs of a move to Colley, the ones that some downplay because it's inconvenient to admit that this isn't about an $18 a year on a tax bill, but many multiples of that. It is many dollars more on every tax bill once you factor in the $100 million in busing. Then it is even more when you add in the infrastructure that isn't required but will be demanded once the traffic explodes, and I quote the transportation report, beyond the ability of our software to predict. Then also we need to add the millions of dollars lost from nonprofit partners downtown, which were not contacted, I do not think, whose grants will be diminished as the caseloads drop, and students and their families are prevented from easily using their vital services due to their increased distance from downtown. It is time to be honest with ourselves about the tremendous impact that a move to Colley creates with the disruption of dozens of properties as the city takes right of way from parts of the owner's front lawns to build sidewalks. It's time to be honest with ourselves about the loss of green space as we replicate by using up free parcels of land we have left and destroy a fantastic athletic facility we have at Colley now and replace it with parking lots and a large building, creating an even greater need to bus students back and forth across the city to other fields. We need to admit to ourselves that the headlines upon moving our high school to the Colley site will be, Lowell moves high school, minorities hardest hit, and it will be true, as the commuting times and costs will balloon for our most at-risk populations, adding a barrier to education and inevitably leading to a higher dropout and truancy rate. And then we will be forced to pay additional costs to create and supplement programs to mitigate that problem. We need to remember that this facility isn't simply for students that go there every day. It's the largest public facility in our city, and it is used by all citizens for hundreds of other meetings, shows, events, and programs like adult education almost every day of the year. This central location, which I think all of us agree is wonderful, is even more beneficial as it allows our most in need citizens to have equal access to its use. It is time for this city council, and in fact the whole city, to stop with the provably false rhetoric that new build is better. Not only would much of the downtown option 3 be a new build, but this is Lowell, and we know the pride and greatness of bringing our old buildings back to life. We know that new builds are better is evidently false. Lowell has been reborn and thriving in the bones of its old buildings. We are nationally renowned for our ability to see the vast potential to be new again by believing in our history and our people. This alone makes an investment worth doing. Every single one of us needs to remember who we are and how we got here. We are Lowell, celebrating our city, our accomplishments, our citizens, our heritage through historic preservation. This isn't nostalgia, and its value goes beyond dollars. Right now, to the core of who we are as a people. This is how we teach our children. This is how we educate them in what matters, why it matters, and how it brought us to this moment. Look around this downtown area. Look and see places like Perkins, LCHC, Boot Mills, Appleton Mills, Loft 27, and so many other places. Look at them and realize the high school is the same opportunity and the same sort of new build, old bones project. It is hypocrisy for us to celebrate and cheerlead these historic accomplishments and all of those dozens upon dozens of amazing success stories when it suits us, and when it brings millions of dollars and monies from our gracious partners, and then when it doesn't suit us, forget them entirely and talk about all the roadblocks to success. It's not just wrong, it's insulting to those partnerships and the incredibly hard work we've done together. And
Excuse
it's
me.
insulting to the...
You're
it's just like
over the
one
Bible.
sentence more.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And it's insulting to the taxpayers whose resources we have invested to make this special city, this national treasure, this home to 41 buildings in the National Register of Historic Places, this home to a National Historical Park, this city, our city, a beacon of hope to all those cities around the country with our many stories of success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy McCarthy. Nancy McCarthy.
Nancy McCarthy.
Good evening, Mayor Kennedy, members of the City Council, Manager Murphy, and members of the management team. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Nancy McCarthy. I'm a lifelong Lowell resident. As a child, I walked to the Riley School, took the bus to the Moody Junior High School, and a bus to Lowell High School downtown, class of 1981. I was the first graduating class to experience the 1980 building. I'm here tonight to advocate for keeping Lowell High School downtown, specifically option 3, which includes eminent domain. My reasons are several. Number one is for the safety of both the children and the adult pedestrians. Douglas Road is already a dragway, with both the Riley and the Sullivan schools near the Andover Street end. To put a new Lowell High School in at Colley Stadium with 3,500 students plus staff and faculty is treacherous and irresponsible, putting hundreds of kids and parents in jeopardy with the increase in traffic, but especially the increase in inexperienced drivers. To me, this is just inviting the chance of injury, God forbid, or fatality. I ask you to consider this. What if it happened to be your son or daughter, your niece or nephew, or your grandchild? Even with the addition of sidewalks, I feel that this is still not safe enough, and it would be negligent not to consider to vote for option 3. Number 2 is the history of Lowell High School dates back to the Mill Girls. My grandmother was a Mill Girl, making me a 3rd-generation alumnus, and my children 4th-generation alumni of Lowell High School downtown. They don't build beautiful high school buildings with such grand architecture as Lowell High School anymore. One of the main reasons for locating Lowell High School in its current site was for proximity of the Mill Girls to receive their education. What other high school can say it has a canal running through it? Lowell High School is unique. By relocating it to Colley, we lose out on part of our heritage as a city. Option 3 will ensure that the history of Lowell High School stays intact while creating a brand new state-of-the-art addition. Number 3 is taxes. My son and daughter both attended Lowell Public Schools, graduating in Lowell High School in class of 2010 and 2014 respectively, and were served well by the Lowell Public School system. I want the most affordable option for myself and my family. My husband and I would like to be able to travel and retire without worrying about a school that our family does not benefit from. My grandparents, both of my parents, myself, and my kids all went to Lowell High School, 4 generations. I feel that if it was good enough for us, then it will be good enough for today's kids and for future generations to come. I am also afraid that my property value will be negatively impacted if option 4 goes through. My family's income is not disposable. Number 4, disruption of school and school bus schedule citywide. Why are we considering Lowell High School at the Colley site just to please only a few people? I honestly feel that they only want a brand new high school as a trophy, something to show off to their friends and family to brag about. If we do this, it will throw all school and bus schedules into absolute and utter chaos just to please an outspoken few. It will also segregate the city, ruining all of the hard work that went into breaking down the wall of ethnic and racial discrimination. Returning to neighborhood schools will only serve to rebuild the walls of prejudice, ensuring that children will not be exposed to diversity at a young age. A vote for option 3 keeps us moving forward as a city and prevents us from sliding backwards. Number 5, economy and downtown walkers. What about the business owners in downtown? The downtown will be in worse shape than it ever is if Lowell High School does not stay downtown. If you impose eminent domain, you please the doctors, dentists, and orthodontists in that building and keep Lowell High School, keep business downtown where it's needed the most. As walkers are a big part of downtown businesses, voting for eminent domain will be a relief to the many business owners who rely on downtown students as a good chunk of their livelihoods. Number 6, for green space. I have heard that firsthand that the fields at the Martin Complex are first-rate, state-of-the-art fields, and that coaches from all around envy. If they are already in place, why destroy them and add fake green space with artificial turf elsewhere? Keeping the fields and voting option 3 will maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. Speaking of the neighborhood, the Belvedere neighborhood has all it can handle with the Riley and Sullivan schools up the street. Adding another huge school will have all kinds of negative implications. This will destroy the characteristics of the neighborhood. Douglas and Clark roads will become dragways more than they already are.
Excuse me, you're at 5 minutes.
Wrapping up. Lowell High School runs business from 6:30 a.m. until the last student is picked up after sports. That potentially could be anywhere between 10:30 or 11 p.m. Makes for way too much traffic in the neighborhood, which includes adult education. If Lowell High School does not remain downtown, you will see less adults who can get to classes affordably. I implore you to vote to keep Lowell High School downtown, option 3, and use the power of eminent domain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Montgomery.
Bob Montgomery, 322 Butman Road. I think Nancy stole some of my thunder, so good news is I might be a little bit quicker. I'm a pretty outspoken advocate of option 3. I believe in this for a series of different reasons that have been explained and gone into earlier. The reason I'm here tonight is to follow up on something I spoke about a month ago, which is pedestrian safety, as Nancy alluded to. I have 2 girls that are 7 and 4. They go to the Riley, they'll go to the Sullivan. And when I looked at the transportation traffic impact plans, I thought that the gentleman that put them together did a fantastic job of understanding the scope of what he was asked to do and meeting the needs that he was asked to understand. Those impacts would be potentially catastrophic for local businesses, but it really serviced and spoke to what would happen on Douglas Road, on Clark Road, on Andover, and on Route 38. Everywhere else that's inside that block of streets was essentially ignored because it was outside the scope of that standing. And within that ignored space lies my 2 kids that walk home down Butman Road, which doesn't have sidewalks on it and is shouldered by vehicles and is a ideal cut through, as you alluded to earlier, Councilor Leary. That's a major problem that has not been addressed in any way, shape, or form over the last several weeks since I last spoke. It's something that remains extremely, extremely important to me, as I imagine it would be to any of you. And it's something that I take deeply personally. I know that I'm only one citizen, one voter, one person, one family that I represent, but it's everything to us to understand that our kids will be safe and that we can offer them an effectively safe expectation for their physical well-being walking to and from school, and having them leave with 850 vehicles on the road at the same time without sidewalks in the most congested area that we would ever have constructed makes absolutely no sense to me. For this and for many other reasons, thank you for the time, and I implore you to vote for option 3.
Thank you.
Russell Williams.
Hi, my name's Russ Williams. I live at 107 Clark Road. I appreciate the time to speak tonight. I realize this is going long, so I'm not going to talk about everything I wanted to, but I'm definitely going to address a couple of things. One is the transportation piece. A few weeks back, you had a gentleman here that did a traffic report that I think was a disgrace to everyone in this chamber and to the citizens of Lowell. It was probably the most slighted thing I've ever seen. You know, some of the things that I listened to the councilors, you know, Corey Belanger, especially tonight, you know, beating the drum about downtown business. Here's some things that the gentleman left out. He left out Jackson Street Lofts. There's about approximately 60 units. Eight in Lofts, 80 units. Mass Mills, 100. A courthouse that's going to have 800 to 1,000 people. The Lowell Sun Building, 30 people. Dave Daly, plus or minus 30 units. Vision Properties across from Lowell High, another 60-plus units. Potential development housing and commercial of the Hamilton Canal. Gene Dark dorm projects. Not to mention, if you come down, one of the main vehicles into the heart of Lowell is the Lowell Connector. When you get to Thorndike and take a left, we're going to take on a large project that's going to have a direct impact, and it's going to take a long time to build. Again, I spoke here months ago. I talked about transparency. It's disheartening to sit here and watch every person come up there and they shape their form, and I'm not shaping. These are factual things that are going to happen. So when you think about the downtown, and this gentleman says that, you know, it's, you know, when you build downtown, it's going to have a zero impact. Tell me how, when all these projects are going and when that road's going to get developed in the years, you know, it's going to take, how downtown's not going to be impacted. You know, the businesses, the people down there, it's just comical. We haven't even addressed where you're going to put all the, you know, all the dirt, all the trucks, all the construction debris, all the trailers. You know, look at a place like Cobblestones. You know, that gentleman, you know, I don't even know him that well, but he relies on, you know, a little piece of additional park, and that's gone. You know, when you say this, and you know, Councilor Belanger, I hope to God you're going to live up to what you're talking about. If you do care about these places, and this goes to everyone else here, pay attention to these things that I'm talking about, because these things are happening today. They're not fictitious. I'm not going to talk about sidewalks and all these other things. These are projects that are happening. And the last time I checked, it's your job to keep this city going forward. So I would assume in the next 3 or 4 years that more opportunities for growth is going to happen. And, you know, just to point out another thing, because, you know, these modular buildings that have been, they've been in, they've been out, they've been in, they've been out. It really depends on a few people here and how you want to sway your public views on this project to keep it downtown. You know, I'm pretty sure that modular buildings are back in. If you read the print, it says it's open to the project manager discretion. Where are you putting these kids when you open up those walls that have contamination? Gentleman stands up here, says the school's been perfect. You know, they're in immaculate shape. A week later, you have a Board of Health and people are being honest. Good people that are making a tough decision, right, wrong, or indifference. I don't care about the politics. They care about the kids. And here's the fact. Today at Lowell High, the tunnel, again, was flooded. There's water coming through the ceiling and the lights of the gym. It's an ongoing issue. You know, I'm tired of painting the picture. I took my son, who had accepted the Central Catholic, on a tour to Lowell High because his goal in life was to run for Lowell High and wrestle for that program. It was disgraceful. If I didn't graduate from Lowell, I didn't live in Clark Road and invest a ton of money into this community, I would never let my kid go to that school. If you have people that come into this town, and city councilors, you need to hear this. If you walked your kid into Lowell High today and they did a tour of that school, there's no way in hell someone's going to invest in this community. I understand why it's passionate, because if you're from Lowell, you know what it means to be from Lowell. So I'm not going to talk about these things. And the gentleman who's talked about, you know, the sidewalks, here's a fact. When I put a lot of money into my property, I called the city because I wanted the front sidewalk to be done. They said they didn't recognize it. Then they argued with me about putting it in. So what I did? I paid, and I paid a sidewalk straight through mine and my neighbor's house. 2 houses next to us did the same thing, and the people across the street, because every morning there's a lot of people, children, citizens that walk through Clark Road and Douglas. That is a death trap. And it's shameful that, you know, we're going to play politics and inflate numbers on a school that's better fitted out in the neighborhood and give people a better environment to learn. You know, this is how we're going to inflate numbers. So speaking of transportation, I'm just going to close with this. Mr. Dakota, I believe the gentleman's name on the busing, I sat there when he talked about how, you know, the price could go up $3.2 million. And then he also talked about the efficiencies. If you change a couple times, how you could go from 6,000 kids to 10,000 kids, and every kid would be bused. Again, I'll go back to the gentleman who wants downtown. He wants to have the streets safe for his kids to go to school. I would say this, what parent wouldn't? I listened to Brian Martin talk about how it's a beautiful sight to watch 1,400 kids walk through the downtown. That's a joke. And when you take these construction projects that are going on, and you take this and you add it, and you add all the need for space and all the things that are gonna happen with that road work, it's not safe for kids to walk downtown. I agree with you, sir. Every parent should have the right. Think outside the box, like Councilor Rita talked about. There's a lot of great people here, and I do believe in you, but please, stop all the, the presentations that, fit a few people's agenda in here, because the people of Lowell are sick of it. We're not building Belvedere High School. This is Lowell.
You're at 5 minutes.
Yeah, my 5 minutes are great.
Dan Shanahan. Dan Shanahan.
Thank you, Dan Shanahan, 312 Methuen Street, and this should be easy. At this hour, I can easily go off script to move this along and say, yeah, people have stolen my thunder as well. Councilor Mercia, I mean, I have my notes, and you think I just wrote that while you said it, but I had it as far as the cost. So I think we've heard about that. The only thing you did leave out, though, is if it's $23 more a month for option 3, it's $24 more a month in taxes. For option 4, for an extra $1.50, you can build new versus reno and rehab. I see the numbers out. I don't know what the MSBA would think about paying more money for a reno rehab when they could pay less to build new. And as a matter of fact, I think there is something in their regulations that does address reno rehab, that it's not supposed to exceed new construction. So I don't know if that's going to be an issue. I could poke holes in some of the traffic reports. I was a little confused when I got the packet and was reading the traffic report at the front, because I didn't understand. It wasn't what I read a couple weeks ago, and until I heard the presentation, realized it was a summary of another expert summary. And I don't know why we have one summary in front and another summary in back. But I do urge the councils again to read the summary that Bryant did, because there are inconsistencies between the two reports. For example, the Bryant report says, sidewalks aren't necessary. But then if you read, and I flagged it, but then if you read the city's report, it talks about finally the necessary sidewalk improvements. So I do think there are some inconsistencies in the reports. I know the Bryant report talked about downtown currently at peak hours is fair to poor. And they said that's not going to change, but I didn't see any comment about how much worse is it going to get through 4 to 6 years of construction. How much worse is it going to get? That Russ Williams brought up great points with all these other construction projects and new people coming into downtown. How is that going to affect downtown traffic and congestion? And quite frankly, they don't have any suggestions for any improvement in their report. However, there is room for improvement at the Colley site. And again, if you gave me, everyone knows me, I've been for Colley, I've been a proponent and an advocate, but give me $1 and I'll advocate for downtown for 10 minutes. The bottom line is no choice is perfect. If it was, we wouldn't have all this debate for months. It's the task of the city council, and I don't envy that task, that you have to make a choice on information and do what's in the best interest of the city. And how I describe it is, you put everything on a scale, and you get pebbles that go on the scale that says why downtown should be. There'll be traffic congestion. Sidewalks might be an issue.